Welcome everyone to Copenhagen 2021 LGBTQIA+ Workplace Inclusion Day. Both those who are joining us online and those here who are so lucky to be present in Øksnehallen. I am Sara Louise Moore. I am a professor at Copenhagen Business School, and I will be your moderator throughout the entire day. I am researching D&I, diversity and inclusion, as my research field, and very, very happy to be here. At a more personal level, I have also been part of arranging CBS, Copenhagen Business School's participation in Copenhagen Pride, and has been marching since we started for the first time in 2017. So Pride for me is personal, it's political, and it's professional. And I think that combination is extremely important for the agenda we have today. An enormous amount of work has been put in to make this day possible, and I will very honestly say that very little of that is mine. So I will mention just 3 names before I continue, and that is our Human Rights Officer, Milena Kocek. You're somewhere, Milena. Director of Workplace Pride, David Pollard. You're there. And Director of Human Rights, Aaron Lefebvre. Without you and your teams that has been working tirelessly and without much sleep, I know that, this day would not have been possible. But we're here, and it's World Pride. And the world is very important here, because we have worked a lot to make sure that the world can also be present here today. It hasn't been easy, and that is not just because of COVID-19. That is because generally it is difficult for many people to travel, and it is a privilege we have here in Denmark that we need to both acknowledge and pass on. We have to remember that even in a pandemic-free world, many people would struggle to make it here today, both virtually and physically. Denmark is in a very privileged part of the world. It does not mean that our community, that it is easy for our community, that our community does not experience discrimination, both in their normal lives and their work lives. But it does mean that we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to do our best to use that privilege in order to work for LGBTQIA+ rights all over the world. Workplace inclusion is a hot topic. D&I is a hot topic in the corporate world. Many organizations are keen to show their support during Pride Week. But engaging in LGBTQIA+ agenda in the workplace is more than just making sure that HQ has an LGBTQIA network. It's more than just raising the rainbow flag during Pride Week. Workplace inclusion, which takes the world into consideration, means using the corporate privilege, capital, and network to work actively to put pressure on suppliers, business partners, consumers, governments, and other corporations. Whether we like it or not, big corporations have the power to make a difference, to influence. Not only their own, but world politics. This is an influence that reaches far beyond organizational borders. This day, Workplace Inclusion Day, is devoted to work actively on creating stronger inclusion strategies and policies for the world's LGBTQIA+ community. And we do so through conversations all through the day and workshops with business leaders, government representatives, and activists from all over the world. So to respect the fact that many people have had difficulties traveling, we are also trying to move this day to other parts of the world. And I don't have a slide with the program. Could I get that? Oh, I do have a slide with the program if I know what the screen is. So we do have a program today that has 3 town hall sessions where we are moving towards other parts of the world. We're having live-streamed people from both the Asian Pacific region, Africa and Middle East, and finally, and I'm not sure what the last one is, sorry. Thank you, the Americas, and the program. So I'm very happy to invite all of you today. We will have workshops a little later. You can see the designated areas around here with the colors. You all have color-coded on your signs. Should have little dots. People will direct you to the right color a little later. So, it's now time for a few practicalities before I kick off the program. And if I can get the slide with the barcode. We will have possibilities of asking questions, both from you people here in Øksnehallen, but also people who are online. So it'll be possible to show slides, to ask questions through Slido. There should be a barcode on the program, and you can also vote for the questions that you would like me to ask, so that I can ask the questions which are most popular or people want to have asked. I will tell you who takes questions and who don't. So it's now time to kick off the program, and I will very much like to invite Deputy Prime Minister Petra de Sotter to the stage with me for a conversation about workplace inclusion. Welcome. The microphone, the
Slido. This is
do you want this one?
This one. Thank you.
Yeah. So welcome, Petra. We're very honored to have you here today, and we have now 15 minutes together to have a conversation about workplace inclusion. So being Deputy Prime Minister in a country privileged like the Danish country, one of the central actors also in European politics, what would you say that Belgium's role and responsibility is in securing LGBTQIA+ rights at the workplace?
Well, thank you, Sarah. Thank you for having me here. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here, honestly, at this venue, on this Human Rights Forum, and at the WorldPride. It's really a pleasure to be here. And your question, of course, relates to my function now in the Belgian government. I will try to be a bit more general than just saying what I am doing. I'm responsible for public administration, so that opens some possibilities, of course, to work on diversity, inclusion, also for LGBT people, but not only, also for gender equality, people with disabilities and migratory backgrounds and so on. And we still have a lot of work to do there. And as a government, as a federal government, we have an example. We can have, we can be role model in the society to do so. But our partners are, of course, enterprises, the private sector, that also have to do a lot of efforts, I think, to increase inclusion in the workplace. I think the approach that we need to take is probably a double approach. We have to work bottom up. I think it's very important to mention that. And maybe top-down as well. As policymakers, we have some responsibility. We have a diversity charter, for instance, that we are working on. But bottom-up initiatives of people that are gathering, that are forming groups, that are working to improve the situation on the workplace are very important. We have in the federal administration, we have Be Proud, which is a group of LGBT people that really want to improve their situation, and it's very important to make them visible, to raise awareness. So that is at the, I would say, governmental level within my competences. But of course, if you're in a government, you are responsible for all policy decisions that government takes. And there we have to look at human rights, at LGBT rights, at gender equality in a way of mainstreaming. All policy decisions have to be screened. What will be their effect for all minorities that we want to protect? If we're talking about discrimination, what will be the effect of this decision on women, on the LGBT community, on people with disabilities, and so on? I think it's all one similar mechanism. We cannot just talk about one group, although here we are talking about LGBT people, of course. So I think that's an important way of looking at things. This government, where I'm happy to be part of, is quite progressive, I must say. We have equal number of men and women, which is maybe in Scandinavian countries very common, and even more women than men sometimes. I don't know, that's what I was told. But in Belgium it's a historical, I would say, premiere to have a government with as many women as men, so this is hopeful. Now on the international scene, and I want to add something there as well, it is important that countries like Denmark, which is doing the same, of course, and Belgium, again, take the stance, are champions if we're talking about human rights, LGBT rights, women's rights, at UN level, for instance, but also within the EU, and we'll talk a little bit about that as well. It's not something that where we can say that our rights are and liberties are granted forever. We see there is backlash. We see that we still have to talk about this every day. I mean, 10 years ago, I would have said in interviews, let's hope that from 10 years from now, we don't need a pride anymore, because it will be obvious. It's something that should be normal. It should be completely normalized. Why should we have a day for, and so on? Today, I completely have changed my mind. I think we need more than ever days like this to talk about diversity, inclusion, about human rights for all groups, because they're under attack. That's unfortunately, it's something that we have to realize. So as policymakers, as governments, I think we have a huge responsibility, and we have to be present on the scene internationally, which Belgium, Denmark, other countries in the EU and around the world, let's talk about Canada, Australia and so on, have been champions, need to continue to do so, because we see what's happening in the world. We can't not speak about Afghanistan today. It's not a very good evolution there. It's not only for women and girls, it's also for the LGBT community that definitely will have a much harder time than they already had before. And I think we have to take responsibility for them. We can't say, okay, it's far from here and we have our own problems, which is something that we often hear in the public, of course. I think we have to take responsibility also for people that are less privileged. You used the word privilege in your question. I think it's true. We are privileged, and we should realize that this comes with a responsibility. Good.
Thank you, Petra.
I can go on another hour or two, but probably won't do it.
I don't know that feeling. You said backlash yourself, and I think it's something that is central to many, not just in a world where we are used to, one would say, to see regress when it comes to human rights. So we, for example, also in Denmark experiencing certain backlash when it comes to both LGBT rights, but also when it comes to gender equality, etc. So we are also used to have an explanation that is always happening in other countries. Now it also seems like backlash is kind of creeping into the more privileged, even from government representatives. So what do you think is, and I'm not supposed to know what's happening in the future, but how do we relate to that also as a privileged country, that it also is creeping into our own ranks, so to speak, these days?
Well, it worries me, honestly. Again, 10 years ago, I would have said, well, look at all the rights we have gotten and the legislation which is in place and making the situation better for LGBT people, but also for other minorities in our countries. Today, again, I'm a bit worried because you can see the evolution in the rest of the world, and it is approaching. It is within the EU. We cannot, again, not discuss what's happening in countries like Hungary or Poland and others. And it's not an East-West thing, let's also say that. It's also here. Often it is used politically by populist politicians that capture some anxiety in the population, classically in times of crisis, and we are living quite some crisis today, so people want security, they want to go back to certain core, what they would call values. And you have, of course, the whole ideology behind it, and that is what we need to understand, and that's why also we have to stand together. The ideology behind this that says that, you know, women are women and they have a role in society, men are men, and so men shouldn't become women, women shouldn't become men, that's terrible. Men should marry women, they can have children, but men with men and women with women, that's impossible. Gender fluidity, that's something terrible. It's a menace, it's a threat for the natural order of things, which is the expression that is used, which is of course the basis for societal order. And this gives security to people. It's, of course, the conservative way of looking at things. And we have to understand where that comes from. Of course, we, on the other side, are then accused of what they call gender ideology. I think it's important to understand that. If you say, where is it coming from? How can we attack it? You first have to understand, why are people you know, having problems with same-sex marriage? Because it's the same groups that have problems with abortion. And if you can't see that link, you will not know how to respond correctly. It's the same fight, and that's something that I always want to give as a message, you know, to feminists as well as to LGBT activists. Work together. You have the same fight, because people that are attacking us, you know, they do it from one and the same ideology. Now, how to react? Well, not fall asleep. Do not think everything is okay here, and why bother? What is happening today in Hungary? I hope never, but might happen in our countries as well in 10 years' time, because there is a political, I would say, force capturing this counter-reaction, that backlash, as we call it. As politicians, of course, we see that, and we see that in the narrative, we see that in the attacks that we get. So it is there. It's capturing some part of the population that is worried, that is angry, that is anti-establishment, and so on, which is the basis of populist movements, political movements. So if we talk about Hungary, let's not make the mistake of talking about the Hungarian people. It's not the Hungarian people. It's not the Polish people. There is a lot of opposition there. You remember when the abortion law was on the table a couple of years back, hundreds of thousands of people, of women, but also men, came into the streets to demonstrate. So there's a lot of opposition there, and we have to support them. We have also to listen to their voices and not say, okay, Poland, Hungary, let them leave the EU if they don't like it. They are part of Europe. We need to keep them, and we need to take care of the people there. And you know, all right. I'm happy people agree with me, because this is what we hear sometimes. Okay, if they don't agree, no, they're part of Europe. They should stay there, and we know what would happen if they wouldn't stay in Europe. Okay, but this is not the subject today, the European Union, of course. But the backlash is something which worries me, and where we need to keep raising awareness. Again, I was... years back, if I was talking to people from the LGBT community in my own country, young people, they would say, well, we can marry, we can do whatever we want, why would we care? What are you talking about? You're, you know, make us, you're you know, telling stories and frightening us. Why are you doing that? And now 10 years later, I think we see what's happening around us, and we can't say, oh, it's Hungary. Today it's Hungary, tomorrow maybe it's, you can see it in Belgium, in France, in Denmark, in all of our countries. And as politicians, we need to name it, to show where it is, to make people understand why it is there, and to show the other way, I would say, continue fighting for the rights and the freedoms that we have been building for decades, and we can be proud of. That's why this is a pride, right? Because we really can be proud of what we have established, and all the people that have been battling the fight for us, before us, I would say. But yeah, let's stay vigilant. That would be my message, yes. And to join forces.
Thank you. That is actually my cue to my next question, because joining forces, and you also mentioned it before, we need to join forces with different kinds of agendas, because we also have a tendency, I now say the big we, to experience or at least see fractions which are then, not agreeing. So how can we, both when it comes to governments, when it comes to organizations, corporations that we have present here today as well as activists, so these are three kind of groups which are usually not that much in dialogue. How can we use that dialogue today in order to attack or speak against that kind of rhetoric of fear that we are experiencing?
Well, my background is a scientific background, and as a scientist I like facts and figures. That means show to people that inclusion and diversity in your organization, in your government, in your company, in your enterprise, in the public administration, wherever, that it increases performance. It makes people more efficient. They work better if there is gender equality. I mean, there's so many studies that have shown that. And every inclusion, diversity, LGBT people, people with disabilities, people with migration background and so on, in your organization will make the organization more inclusive and more efficient and effective. It will perform better. Science shows that. So you should use that to convince people that this is really the way that we need to continue. We have been on that path. Let's not stop or not be afraid and turn into other directions. And of course, the public sector, the private sector, policymakers, academics, activists, we all have our own roles to play. But let's not fight each other in this agenda. We really need to enforce and to work together because we have the same goal. And again, coming back to feminists and LGBT activists, realize that the bigger picture is what we all have to work together for, and let's not fight each other.
What is your best advice to other government representatives in order to make this happen?
Right.
Sorry, that's a tricky question.
No, it's an easy but a difficult one, of course. I already mentioned the word responsibility. For me, it's something very important to realize that we're privileged. And we need to protect our privilege. Of course, I agree, but it brings also responsibility to help people that that don't have the same privileges as us, to reach that and to help out if it's necessary. And governments and policymakers are in powerful positions to do so. So it's a duty, it's a moral duty. I mean, I can't respond differently, and we have to inspire each other. I think it's also interesting, more practically, to learn from each other's initiatives and experiences, so that we can help each other to reinforce that. Definitely at the international scene. Right.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you very much, Petra, and thank you very much for being, can I say the activist word, both activist and progressive, and definitely a role model in the community. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
So, it is now time to invite Ulf Hannemann, and I can see he's coming up the stairs in a second, to the stage. Ulf is Chief Human Resources Officer at Mærsk, and Ulf will be speaking about inclusion journey the company has been on. Ulf will be speaking for 5 to 10 minutes, and then Ulf will take questions. So if you already now begin to think about what questions you would like to ask Ulf, and you can do this both here in Øksnehallen, we will have mics passing around, and also those who are joining us online can use Slido, and as I said earlier, I will be able to ask the questions which have the most votes, so you can also vote for the questions. So the stage is yours, and I will slide to the side for a second.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. And it's an honor for me to to speak today, and also an honor for us as AP Møller Mærsk to be a sponsor, a proud sponsor of Copenhagen 2021. I want to start off just talking a little bit about AP Møller and the transformation of AP Møller. And so I just want to give a little context to where we're at as a company. And so Mærsk is a big shipping company, the world's largest shipping company, 100 years old, 80,000 employees. And a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, we set out to transform the company. It was a company that was a little bit stuck in its situation and where it was in competitive situations, et cetera, et cetera. And we started to transform it on a number of areas. First, strategically, we decided to make it a company that doesn't only transport containers from port to port, but from end to end, from where our goods are produced to to where it's delivered with the customers in other countries. An end-to-end logistics company, so a shipping company to an end-to-end logistics company. That requires another big shift, and that's capability shift. So we've recruited 3,000 tech people, code writers, etc., 3,000 logistics people, and we continue, and we are transforming kind of the fabric of our capabilities in the company. And result-wise, we have transformed significantly from being an unpredictable performer to a company performer to now being a very reliable company that delivers better results quarter by quarter. And we've had the best year last year in our history. Now, why do I talk about this? What does that have to do with inclusion in this conference today? Because the essence of the transformation was a cultural transformation. The very essence of what we did was a people transformation. We set out to transform a proud culture, but also a bit old-fashioned culture, quite formal culture, hierarchical, a bit slow, not particularly agile, but one that had been successful for decades. But we knew that in order for us to transform strategically, we had to transform the culture. What we decided to do was to say we're going to launch some iconic moves, send a signal to our 80,000 colleagues saying, you are allowed to change. Here are some decisions we make that you may not have expected us to do, which tells you that you can change. Cultural change cannot be done top-down. It has to be done bottom-up. Let me give you a few examples of what we did. We changed the bonus system, which was an old-fashioned performance management system. If you got a 5 rating, then you got a higher bonus than the one that just performed on average, which is a very subjective way of running these things. And we took away all the performance ratings and created one bonus program for 80,000 people that was all aligned to the company's success. Everybody in the same boat, so to speak. And then we transformed the way we looked at our leaders. We said, a leader is here to lead people. If you cannot lead people, you cannot be a people leader. It's a big responsibility, it's a privilege to lead people. That's the role. Your role is to bring highly capable people together and create an environment where they can be at their best and create capacity and increase the capacity of that team and therefore of the company. We did many other things. We did engagement surveys, etc., etc., and we changed the dress code, which seems really, really small. For our company, it was a massive thing. It was formal, suit, tie. Women were not allowed to have bare arms. This is only 4 years ago. And we said, you can be who you are. You can show up who you are. You can look like you want to. You can love who you want to. The only thing we ask you is that you serve our customers and you live our values and you treat your colleagues well. That was a fundamental shift. But the biggest shift, the very biggest shift that we did, which none of us knew would actually happen, was our commitment to pride. This was a very masculine, male-dominated company. And this shift created a change in all of us that we hadn't expected. In some ways, it became a signal across the world that we were committed to humanity, to a company that was human, and where human rights were important, where everybody were welcome, and it became a massive shift for us. Imagine also we are a global company in 156 countries, and it's not necessarily easy to push this agenda in all of these countries. But we decided that within our walls, within our offices, where we are, we want to live our values, and we want to, and that means also that you can be exactly who you are. It changed our organization. It was an amazing shift. And it started with some of our top leaders who didn't themselves understand what changed. But today will tell you that they became a different leader, a passionate leader, a leader for people. It almost turned the hierarchy around in a way we hadn't expected. Then it took a life on its own. We have inclusion activities all over the world, etc. We even have rainbow containers that you might have seen that travels across the oceans that our employees, our colleagues are super proud of. Let me say a few personal reflections as well. A few years ago, I read a study in a British publication about a study of the most innovative teams in the world. They looked at, are there any characteristics that go across these innovative teams? And they found two that went across most of these teams. One was, in those teams, there was love and compassion, and there was forgiveness. Love, basically, come and join the team, you're part of the team, it's unconditional, we care for you, you care for us, we're all one group together, we have a great time, and forgiveness is, of course, everybody can screw up once in a while, you're forgiven, everybody gets a second chance, just get on with it. But a place where you feel a sense of belonging, you feel accepted, not judged, and the performance of this team skyrocketed, of course. Because when people feel this way, they use their intelligence. They become creative, they become innovative, they problem solve. And imagine the opposite. The opposite, of course, your performance deteriorates. This is what we want to create across the company and what we have created, or what we are in the process of creating. And it has fueled the performance and transformation of this company in an amazing way. So our commitment to pride and diversity and inclusion and the LGBTQ plus community and cause is a commitment that is here for us to stay. It's part of who we are now, and it's woven into the business. And it's very, very exciting. And it has put the company on a super exciting trajectory. With that, I'll say thank you.
Thank you very much, Ulf. So, we already have a question, I think. Oh, we have many. Cool. So we have a question here. Oh.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Huma Yusuf. I represent the Embassy of Pakistan. And I'm here because of my work with Women in Focus International. I have a question for you, since the minister's been spoken about thinking and helping out for the less privileged. So my question is, because you represent a very strong financial firm, if you can please put some remarks on the situation in Afghanistan, and if you're going to help out to do something for the women and the children, the less fortunate, to include them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and questions. And I think the best way for me to address that is that we do the best we can wherever we are in the world, and we are obviously as a global company in many, many parts of the world. We focus on living our values within the company and standing firm behind these values, which has we believe has a positive impact on the communities that we serve. And I think that's the best way I can address it. But I fully understand what you're saying.
Thank you very much. I will take a question from our online viewers. Had your company ever had a problem with your business suppliers or customers because you decided for a different culture? And I will then add, and what did you do?
Mm-hmm. No, that's great question. We had expected that would be the case, actually, and we have discussed internally what would happen if that was the case, how we would deal with it, and we were we agreed, all of us, that we would stand firm about our way of working and our values and the path that we have chosen. We have not had problems with our customers, not that I've heard of, and we might have some minor ones, but I've never heard of anything that was any major. I don't believe we've ever had any. As a matter of fact, many of our customers are excited about what we're doing. We have a lot of this whole container traveling across the world has been a huge success with our customers being very engaged in it. So no, the answer is we feel that our customers are along with us on this path.
That's good to hear. So we have a question here from the hall again.
Hi, my name is Rushi. I represent Hudson Nordic, which is a recruitment and HR consultancy house. What I would like to ask you is, when you say that you live your value in the company, but in the company you have offices around the world, how do you try to take out your values in the surroundings of your head offices or where you are? Because not all 156 countries share the values of working for LGBT rights and so on.
Yeah. I mean, I think, so we try to have this, what we call an embassy approach, which is, as I said, within our walls, we live the Mærsk values, and we live what I have just described. And we take input from our colleagues around the world on developing this new culture, etc. Of course, they are part of shaping it. We don't have an active agenda to influence in the countries we are, which is very obviously, and in some cases, very sensitive. But what we do believe we have an impact by creating an environment for people around the world where they can feel psychological safety and feel really comfortable and develop themselves and be part of creating something, and thereby gaining a strength, etc., to impact the community. And we recruit people, we develop people, but some of these people go to other companies, of course, and as normal, and share those experiences. So, but we don't have an active agenda in country by country.
Thank you very much. I have one more question here, many questions online, but one more I would like to ask, and might be a question that comes up a lot during Pride Week, also every year. How do you, as a big corporation, balance your efforts and pinkwashing?
I think what we're trying to create is a culture of adults working with adults. And the best way to do these things is to see your colleagues as adults and have everybody in the organization do what they believe is right and be part of it and challenge it if it's not the right way to do it, etc. Have a conversation within the company. So I don't feel that we have this corporate approach any longer. We used to have it, but I don't think we have it anymore. I think this really is the essence of who we are, and it's created by people in the organization. And I can tell you, if there's something that is not right or something, people will say it immediately, which is really the essence of the culture that we have wanted to create.
Yeah, thank you. We have a question over here.
Thank you. Alex Stutzman. I'm a civil servant in public administration. I've been a manager there for 10 years, and I'm quite fascinated to hear how in no time, the way you presented it, I mean, 4 years ago, you were in a complete different environment, and it seems that you very smoothly moved to what you are today. I can't believe you didn't face any kind of resistance. What I've experienced in terms of trying to put change in the organizations I was in, sometimes you have to go as far as getting rid of some people who are actually obstacle to change. I was just wondering, did you, what kind of resistance did you face? How did you get from black to white 4 years ago?
We're not, great question. We're not there yet, of course, it's a journey. I think, and I only had 10 minutes, so I couldn't tell the whole essence, all the details of the journey, but for sure it has been a tough time sometimes, and there has been resistance. However, I think this is why this Pride cause has been so incredible, because people suddenly, I can tell you some of the senior leaders in the organization were resisting this change initially. But they understood from the younger people in the organization, or not necessarily young, from other people in the organization, across the organization, that this was amazing, that this could be fantastic, and this is what they had waited for, and this would be a huge signal about change. And once they started to, it was about understanding and learning and realizing what this was really about. This thing, that's why I keep talking about humanity. And some of the leaders will tell you today, they found their own humanity and they changed the way they led. And once they got to that point, it moved super fast. And I think this idea of having iconic moves, instead of what we resisted was changing with like a lot of work streams and milestones and all that, where you think you can from a headquarter manage everything. We set these 10 big iconic moves and said, we're changing, now you guys take this change and you change where you are. And then it goes fast. But it's again this concept of adults. You have to trust that people can work this out without any control from anybody.
Thank you so much. I have 2 more questions here, and I'll ask 1 more question online. We'll see if we can squeeze them in, right?
Okay.
Question here?
Hello, my name is Staffan Pelvik. I try to work for a non-profit organization called Horses for Happiness. And we try to go through the same thing in the very conservative racing industry. Very inspiring talk. I just want to know if you have got any specific tips how to reach those elder gentlemen who tell me that we already are inclusive. It's not, the racing industry is good, everyone can come, everyone can, how to...
I heard that too.
Yeah, exactly. But you come a lot further than we have. And have you got any specific tips?
Yes,
those would be extremely thankful.
Yes. Yes. Be brave. Find your own courage, and together with others, and just do what you think is right. And so create work groups, sign up for things that you think are right, or do speeches, or I don't know exactly what's right for you. But whatever you believe is right, just do it. And I'm pretty confident that people will follow, because this is a very reasonable course. I mean, this makes total sense, and the performance will increase. It will improve. Business is people. People is business. There's nothing else than people. So if people thrive, of course performance improves. It's so logical, and I find it really hard for people that so many people that don't totally get that. But I mean, there's walls, and then there's people. And the people are the ones that perform. So just do it.
I was about to make a Nike joke. Thank you so much. We have 1 more question.
Can I say one more thing? And if it doesn't work, go and work somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a good advice. So we have 1 more question online and 1 more question from the hall. I'll take the online first. And the online one, many of the online questions that goes around how do you influence the world, and both in relation to the organizations you work with in other countries across the world, but also other governments. So what should you, and what are you doing? That's maybe too many questions, but what's your opinion on what you can do when it comes to influencing world governance and other organizations?
Yeah. I personally think that the best way of influencing for us is to be an amazing citizen, to showcase and role model what a great company looks like, and what a great culture looks like, and what respect for the individual looks like, and showing a workplace where everybody can be themselves. Also, in areas where this is not necessarily accepted. That's the best way, I believe, to do it. And yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
I might ask a provocative follow-up question then, because you said to the gentleman here, leave if you're not allowed to. How far do you think Mærsk would go?
I think we just started. I mean, I really do think this will, as soon as you empower 80,000 people to take charge of the culture, this will go where the 80,000 people want it to go. And they are adults, and they're well educated, and they will take it the right place. That's the way I look at it. So I can't really, because honestly, I did not predict that this pride thing, not the pride thing, sorry, but the pride commitment would be as big force as it did. I couldn't have predicted it. I pushed it, and I thought it was absolutely the right thing to do, and it was really important. But that it became this transformational thing for us, I had not really seen, and now I understand it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was just told we have no time, but you will have 5 seconds for a question.
How long do I have to answer then? 2 seconds.
Something similar.
My name is Marijn Bijnen.
It's not on. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I'll make it quick. My name is Marijn Bijnen with IBM. Congratulations on the transformation. Amazing job. I actually think you're no longer in the embassy model. You're already advocating. I was in an Open for Business roundtable in Kenya, and your HR leader was amazing in promoting LGBT inclusion there. So I think the Pride support is a big surprise maybe in the effect of your organization, but actually moving into the advocacy model that you're already doing might achieve even more. What is your view in becoming a more louder advocate on corporate advocacy and LGBT inclusion?
I think what you just said makes me really proud. That the one HR leader is pushing, is advocating, and that's for me what I would like to see when I talk about empowering people across the world. That's a big impact, and of course we can also impact as an overall company. But I think the power is in these 80,000 people around the world.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I will let that be your final word.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next session is a plenary panel session, and I would like to invite our WorkPlace director, WorkPlace Pride Director, I said that very well last time, David Pollard, to the stage. I would also like to invite Annika Sadvatsky. You're a Managing Director and Partner of BCG, and also lead of your LGBT network. And also Margaret Slattery, Global Head of Diversity and Inclusion, ISS. And David will be moderating the debate, so I will pass it on to you, David.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much, and hello to everybody. Glad you can join us. We're running a little bit late, so we're going to make our session a little bit shorter and really concise and right to the point. First word, though, I do want to say that it was really inspiring to me personally to hear the Deputy Prime Minister from Belgium this morning. And although she didn't say it directly, this truly is the fight of our lives, and we have to work together. And it's what's really nice about this conference is, again, that it's the corporate world, civil society, and public sector organizations all coming together with different viewpoints about what our community needs to do in the workplace. So you two have actually already been introduced, so I'm going to hop right into it in the sake of time. Annika, I'm going to give the floor to you from BCG. BCG's done a really fascinating study on LGBT inclusion around the world, and this panel is all about leadership. And for me, when I heard about this study you've done, I thought this is true leadership, because you're finding out what's happening and what are the priorities for the workplace for our community. So I'll give the floor to you to talk about the study you've done.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe a few words to BCG. For those of you who don't know BCG, we're a company of management consultants partnering with leaders from the business world and society to tackle the challenges they have and capture opportunities they see in the market, also for the society. We were founded in 1963 in the US, work in more than 50 offices and are 22,000 employees. And we have a very strong social impact arm. I want to highlight this, where we do projects that matter to society and that really help to advance society and in the long run the world. Also regarding diversity, equity and inclusion, but also LGBT+. Maybe a few words to me before I jump into the study. I'm married, I have a little son. I mostly work with public sector institutions, help them to transform, to better deliver public services and goods. The last project I did was with a German city, helping them setting up a community center for us, LGBT+ community. That was really a great project, giving something back to the community. I personally lead Pride at BCG in Europe. That's our LGBT+ network. We are more than 750 members around the world. We celebrated last year 20 years, so we're working on that topic for a very long time. Inside BCG and of course outside BCG, we've been recognized for this. We've won an award last year, the Pink Business Award in the UK, and that really helps to push the cause inside the organization but also abroad. And maybe a few words about Pride at BCG, what we want to tackle. We really want to get LGBT+ talents on board in the company. I am one of those, actually. Help them succeed, advance and develop. I came as a young PL to BCG. Now I'm a managing director and partner, and actually very happy. Help to transform BCG as well, get allies on board, because I personally think it can't be done without allies, and in the end also have a positive impact in the world. And if I look at my journey at BCG, I have to say I'm very proud that I work for a company that saw this topic a long time ago, and not only the last few years or the last 5 years, but more than 20 years ago. They see this topic as an important topic, as a human rights topic, but also they see the business potential that's lying in there. And I will come to the study in a few seconds.
Well, I think that everyone can send their CVs to BCG, right?
Please.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you very much. And Margot Slattery from ISS. I have to catch myself and not say Sodexo because we've worked very long together. But tell us a little bit about your own history, Margot.
Yeah, I guess first of all, delighted to be here today, and thank you for being here. And it's great to see so many of you here, and great to be in Copenhagen. And delighted to be here representing a great Danish company, ISS, today. I just joined ISS in May, so this is only my second time even meeting my colleagues. So it's been interesting. And as David said, prior to that, I worked with Sodexo for very many years. And the reason for taking a change really was that ISS is just a little bit like Mærsk on a change, and a big cultural change, and I'm excited to be part of that right now. From a point of view of myself, probably by the accent, some people can tell I'm Irish, and I've been involved in activism around the LGBTQ+ world probably most of my life. And I've sort of got a story about that, David, and if you want me to launch into that now, or do you want to...
Afterwards.
Oh, afterwards, okay, yeah, perfect.
I know Margot well, so afterwards.
That's fine. Probably, I think, the thing that's really important, as I kind of conclude this piece, is that in workplaces, and, the former speaker spoke about it, and Petra this morning, I think leadership is incredibly important. It's, as we said, it's top down, it's bottom up, but also all of us to be activists and leaders every day in what we do. And organizations do not make for change unless we push them. We have to be part of that push and to ignite. And I think that's going to be one of the things really good to explore today, and to how do we as leaders kind of ignite that change.
Absolutely, and I think it's worth mentioning as well for those of you who don't know ISS, they have 400,000 employees in countries all over the world, in BCG also many employees, and Mærsk as well. So we're impacting people really in many countries around the world, and this is an important thing when it comes to LGBTI inclusion in the workplace, that leadership is very important. People are watching everywhere. So we have a responsibility, don't we?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, interestingly for us, and again, I'll make it very short, but, you know, ISS is a kind of company that people, and you know, looking at the terrible times in Afghanistan this week, you know, when people leave their home through whatever force in the world and land somewhere else in whatever way, often organizations like us are the first organization that employs people. So from a point of view of human dignity and making for change, it's very important, and a social innovator around that change. So a company that employs 400,000 people has a personal responsibility in the world for this.
Absolutely, and so to find out a little bit more about how the world thinks, I'll ask Annika to show the presentation about your study. I'm actually quite curious myself. I haven't seen all the details yet. So go ahead, Annika.
Yeah, thanks, David. I hope you can see the presentation. If not, I'll just highlight the results we have. We have a deep dive later in the afternoon. Okay,
it did
cool.
Work.
It worked. Why the first year matters for LGBT plus employees. So what BCG wants to do, despite working internally and advocating, is also providing facts and figures on what diversity groups in general and LGBTQ plus people, for example, I think about their workplace and their employee. And this study contributes to it. Actually, it has been launched yesterday, so the results are quite new. Every 1 to 2 years, BCG asks students and young professionals how their outlook is at the business world, workplace, their employee, and maybe also future employees. And the focus is really to get a sense of the state of diversity and inclusion, but also, look at LGBT plus specific matters. For example, all of us, that's important, the coming out journey. Maybe you can go one slide further. This year, more than around 9,000 people participated. 61 really relate to the LGBT plus group. It's an open survey actually, because we always like to compare also results between the groups. I was particularly very happy that 63% of the participants were women. I think that's the highest ratio this time, and 8% also from the trans non-gender conforming community. And 19 participants from 19 countries participated, which I think is particularly cool because we're growing outreach and also, of course, advocating the results in the countries to help make a change. If we go to the next slide, we can see that coming out continues to be a challenge, and that's most probably not a surprise to us because we're doing this every day. Every day is actually a decision about coming out. If I go to kindergarten with my son or child gymnastics, people ask me about my husband, and then I tell them, well, I don't have a husband, but I have a wife, so that's a coming out. And it's still a challenge. In the closer circle, I think the numbers show that it's not too bad. 92% of people that participated are out with friends, around 80 with the family. It's a bit smaller. But if we move to the business world, I think we can see there's much to do. With colleagues, around 70% are out. But if it's with clients, so going out of the organization and talking to our counterparts, it's only around 40%. And that really shows some way to go. If we go to the next slide, thanks. We asked also, how do you feel when you come out? Do you see any advantages or disadvantages? It's a mixed picture. Around 24% see a disadvantage. I'm happy that 23% see an advantage, and most of the group are neutral about it. We deep dive later into this and have a look why it could be beneficial to be out for the individual, but also, of course, for the company. And second, have a look at the first year when someone joins the company, because that seems to be somehow important. Most of the people either out them when they enter or in the first year, or they don't. And that's really a shame. We, of course, also, when we go to the next slide, We also had a look across countries. You can see, of course, on the far left, for example, Mexico with 40% thinking that it's rather disadvantaged for them to coming out. And then moving to the far left when you see Canada, Australia and the US, where it's only 9%, on almost 50%, up to 50% think there's an advantage. You asked what leadership actually can do. If we go to the next slide, the entry and the first year is really a make or break. Most of those topics also count for the months and years afterwards, because we all hope that employees stay and don't leave the company. But that's really a crucial start. So what shall companies do? I mean, in the end, they have to get the foundations right. Yeah, we need to look at policies. Yeah, and have the supporting infrastructure in place, and communicate it not only to the LGBT group but to all employees, so they know that it's there, why it's there, and also why it's important. Yeah, and have a DEI group really working on that. At BCG, for example, we have a dedicated group really working on LGBT plus matters. Then look for talent. Why not also tap into the talent pool of LGBTQs? I am one of them. I joined BCG because BCG stands for diversity, for equity and inclusion. That was one of the main reasons why I changed, because I wanted to work for a company that really values the values I have and values me, because then I don't need to hide and I can be myself and live up to my best. In the end, help to onboard. Yeah, don't just do the recruiting interview, get them on board, and then never talk about LGBTQI and DEI ever again. It's a journey. Yeah, show that the company stands behind them, has their back, that leadership supports you, and that this is really an important issue. And in the end, what I think is really important, it's about day-to-day interactions, and how 1,000 touch points per day. If there's not Corona, but even virtually, we see each other, we pick up the phone, we write emails, we see each other in meetings, we go to lunch, come to lunch, pass the office. All this can be used to make change. Yeah, we don't need a DEI department for that, or a leader. Of course, that's absolutely instrumental, but everyone, each of everyone, can make a change in that situation, small or big. And in the end, it's a continuous journey. It's not about having impact once, and having a nice event, having a truck at CSD. That's also good, if you really stand behind it. Why not party at CSD? I like to party there as well, but have a program. Tackle that the whole year. A year has 365 days. Have a plan, how to bring this on the agenda, sensitize your employees, really get everyone on board and make the best out of it, and let people be themselves. And let people shine. And then they will love your company and do their best as they can in their work, in daily life. Thank you.
Well, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I was captivated.
Well done.
It's fascinating to hear this. I mean, those last points, what leaders can do, it's like a playbook, isn't it? And it's actually no longer even a luxury to have this. The younger generation is demanding organizations where they can truly be themselves, and otherwise they'll just go elsewhere. We've heard it from Ulf as well. So, Margot, I'm really curious, and thank you very much, Anneke. I'm really curious how your own journey of leadership ties into this, and what you've experienced yourself, and how you're bringing this into your new role at ISS.
Yeah, thanks, David. And it's been a long journey, and to try to condense this into a few minutes, I guess, is difficult. But, maybe if I take you back to the very start, and I promise I'll go through with speed. But, I grew up in a country where, whilst now seen as a very engaging and more liberal part of the world, we had our own Taliban, the Catholic Church, in a very conservative country. And when I was a young person growing up, being gay, being out, and being different was so just not tolerated, and I saw no role models or anything else that made me feel that I could be myself. Working for an organization, as I did at the time with Sodexo, where diversity and inclusion was really sort of growing and something that was beginning to be talked about, and the discussions was a real key change-making thing for me. So actually my first coming out and my first sort of openness was actually in the workplace. I hadn't probably at that time ever even done it to my family, so I came out and worked first, and it was fantastic. And I suppose the confluence of everything was that as somebody who led the company in the Republic of Ireland, and I was the CEO of the business at the time, employing about 4,000 people, when we got the opportunity in 2012 and 2013 to sort of get involved in marriage equality, first for civil partnership and later, because you have to remember in Ireland it was 1993 that we decriminalised homosexuality. And lesbians weren't even, for instance, talked about because the law had been British and Queen Victoria didn't believe that you could be a lesbian, so we didn't even exist. But coming back to that time, I was very involved in an organisation, GLEN, which was a gay and lesbian equality network, and I later went on to become the chair of that organisation. And I faced this terrible dilemma. I'm the CEO of a company. We're trying to push for a whole agenda, get government engaged, get business engaged in leadership and discussion and getting companies behind marriage equality. I'm not out to my family, I'm out in work. And what happens next? So, you know, I remember sort of having this conversation with my cohorts in Glen, and they said, look, we really need you to do an interview. It's got to be in the Sunday papers. I'm like ringing my brother and sister and saying, shit, I'm going to be in the Sunday papers. What happens now? Yeah. But I did it because it was this piece where somebody needed, we had nobody. So no hero here. It was just like literally somebody's got to put the foot out and do something. And it was for me one of the most liberating and fantastic things to do. But also I think from a point of view of our organisation, what was fantastic was I felt so supported. I never had anybody who said, you've done something wrong. Because in coming out myself, I also had my company's name plastered all over it by intention. And you know what? Michelle Lindell, our then CEO, rang me up and said, you know, great job, well done. How powerful is that? And as a leader, what I was able to do by doing that was then encourage and talk to cohorts and business associates and say, we need you to stand up, come out and be open for business for marriage equality. And I think a powerful moment for me was when we had 150 businesses in the Guinness Storehouse, which is an iconic building in Dublin, and we had our Prime Minister at the time, Enda Kenny, and then Leo came along as the Deputy Prime Minister. But when we had all of those in one building and 150 companies, from nothing to 150 who were behind marriage equality. And then in 2015, as probably most of you'll know, one of the only countries to a referendum of the people, we voted 63% for marriage equality, and it was just such a liberating moment. And again, organisationally, at work and as a leader, I never felt that that was the wrong thing to do. And I guess from that, to where I am today, it's been stand up, stand out, go forward, you know, don't wait, beg for forgiveness afterwards, and, you know, just do it. I love all those things. And I think going back to what Petra was talking about this morning, you know, if we stand still and believe that it's all going to be okay now, then we've also got, you know, our eyes closed. We've got to be really aware. So now, in having joined ISS, and the reason I joined ISS is that this is an organisation, as I said, who's going through an amazing cultural transformation, and I see the appetite of our CEO and our people, and some of my colleagues are here, and fantastic colleagues doing great work in this area. But, you know, it's going to be really needy for us in the 30 countries that we operate in to stand up and to stand out and to speak about what we are going to do. So we've just opening up a hub in Poland. We need to be a strong actor there. We need to do that in Hungary. We need to do that in Asia and all the other parts of the world where we are. So I suppose I'll culminate it and say that I think as a leader, it's a stand up, speak out, be strong. Sometimes you don't know what you're doing. I mean, I would honestly say I traveled blind for quite a long time. You know, there's that sort of saying, fake it till you make it. Well, I was certainly out there and talking about what we could do as an organisation and not really sure how it would go to happen, but it forms and it happens.
It's fascinating that everything is happening right now with Black Lives Matter, with the Me Too movement, and certainly with the pandemic. The workplace is truly changing for all of us. I mean, drastically. Taking what you've just explained to us, Margot, how can you see that going forward now? And what impact would you think that all of these social changes will have on the whole process of LGBTIQ plus workplace inclusion around the world? Big question.
Yeah, no, and I mean, it's a great question. I think there are sort of two different things. I think that the world is moving at such pace, and if you think of our generations coming in, you know, our Generation Z, millennials are obviously almost, you know, that middle-aged generation, and those of us who are a bit older, the Generation X and beyond, you know, we can't stop that pace of change, and people expect to work in an equitable workplace. I think for organizations who haven't started this journey, they will just find that their workers, their teams are just not going to sit back. The challenge is that in conservative organizations and conservative society, there's a slowness to move, there's a fear, the risk is always out there. But I think the surge of the employee voice and that sort of push for engagement is going to push this forward. However, again, organizations need to be actors in civil society, and they need to have their voice heard. But I think it's like it's a stone coming down a hill. You cannot stop this. But we will have to make sure that it gathers moss and keeps having strength and feeding it.
That sounds wonderful. And Annika, what would you say to that same question based upon the study from BCG? How would you see things progressing from now on, actually?
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, we can't really stop the movement, and that's really good. It's just a matter of shaping it, and I think corporations really play a vital role. I mean, they have hundreds of thousands employees, 22,000 employees here, and so corporations have a responsibility to really establish a workplace where everyone can thrive and be themselves. I mean, they have an interest as well because they want to capture the potential impact, and if you have to hide yourself every day or day in and day out, you're not living up to your potential. You don't have fun at work, and if you don't have fun, you don't really contribute all of what you could give, and hence I think it's a matter of contributing and steering that stone that started to run and
before
help
it crushes
it.
you as it's coming down the hill.
Yes.
Right? Sure, that's
and in some countries it's easier, but of course there are topics as well. In Germany, for example, where we don't have much out senior executives, so I mean, I would say Germany is quite an advanced country, but we have challenges there as well. And then if you go into other spheres of the world, of course, the topics become a lot more fundamental, but still companies have an arm around the world and hence also a responsibility to contribute.
Absolutely. I mean, in our own work with the Workplace Pride, we found that sometimes companies can have more impact even in local governments because they do have those international networks and the connection that brings them all together. I think we have time for a question or two. If there are any questions in the audience, and if not, you can still ask your questions, but I'm going to go on for my next question for these two as well, since we only have... there's a question up front here. Yes.
You talked about, Margaret, that, or maybe it was you, saying that you should go out and hire people with different backgrounds. That creates innovation and so on. But do we need to go out in specific areas? Do we need to go out to find people with LGBT specifically to somehow make sure that we are including? Or should we just wait and see, well, we are open for hiring, come along, you're welcome. So how do we go about it? Do we need to do something specifically for specific groups, or what?
That's an excellent question. It's basically how proactive should organizations be? I think you can both say something about that, perhaps.
Sure. Maybe kick off from our perspective. I think you absolutely have to go out and have that sort of almost bring people in if the flow isn't strong enough or if you need to make for change. So if I take our example at ISS, 400,000 people, but if I look at the mix of those people, and this is just what has happened for a long time, and this is many organizations, you know, I can't really count big numbers of people with disability, people from different ethnic backgrounds. They're all there, but, you know, I need to strengthen some of you know, and I say it's just that I'm taking ownership as well as all my colleagues. We need to strengthen the mix of our people, the diversity of our people, and it won't happen just because we wish it to happen. It's going to happen because we're going to take steps to make it happen. However, you know, if we look at our people, particularly what we call our placemakers, people on the front line, our diversity is there, but then in there it's working harder on the inclusion. But I think organizations, you know, again, you can't sit back and just say it's all okay. You do need to make it happen. However, there are different stages of maturity, and I suppose I'm reflecting on ours at the moment in that.
Yeah, I like to grab that thought, because when I look at or talk to organizations and senior leaders and they come to me and say, look, we really want to hire women, or we really want to hire people from the LGBTQI community, I tell them, okay, show me your recruiting strategies, the messages you want to convey, and I look at them and I say, look, I mean, it's not really surprising that you don't get women on board and not LGBTQers on board. So that's the first thing. What do you want to stand for? What are your values? And that convey that also externally and in the recruiting process, so that people potentially find you if they are interested. And then the next step is really to go out there and be active and have specific recruiting events. I mean, it all started with women, and now it moves to the different diversity dimensions. For example, we have specific recruiting events for LGBTQIs. I was identified and recruited through that channel. And I think, of course, that is the next step, and really go out and look for them. There's much talent out there, also in our group.
Well, that's, yeah, really. I think that's encouraging for our entire community, isn't it? To know that there are organizations like this who are willing to be proactive and take it forward. Did we have a question or two, I believe, from online?
We do. You want me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good. So we have a few questions coming in online as well. And the first one is, how do you manage the risks of being visible advocates in countries and regions where the laws and cultures are obstacles?
I can probably give some conversation to that, because being there, I think, you know, the first most important thing is that your and I'm talking about this from an organizational perspective, your organization makes you feel psychologically safe. So when I talk about my journey, I never felt Sodexo was going to let me down. No. So I always felt they were at my back and my side. I think also, probably, you know, as an executive, as we've now, you know, matured in this journey, many of us, and we talk about this more, is you need to learn from others, you need to learn from other organizations and get best practice. And then I think, you know, it's having those conversations with either your group communications, whoever it is, to make sure that they understand what you're going to do. Because in fairness, it's a bit like talent. We need to also express our ambition around these things. So it's a mixture and a blend of all of those things. And, you know, a bit like sort of the former speaker from Mærsk, if the organization is not willing to support you in that, then you have to question if you're with the right organization. And because if I take our example in ISS, in countries where it's illegal, we have to make for change, and we cannot stand back and, you know, play this kind of soft actor, and we will have to find a way, but it's helping our people in different strands.
It is challenging, isn't it? Yeah.
There is one more.
One more?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we have time for one more.
So from your observation of your clients, what do you see as the killer argument towards LGBTQIA inclusion?
Maybe that's something for Annika. Yeah,
yes, I mean, we did a study on that, the mix that matters, and it really shows that if the leadership team and of course the employees below that are more diverse, the company becomes more innovative. And I mean, what else do you need as an argument? You want to become, if you are innovative, you grow, you thrive, and that's what each and every business wants to do. And hence, that's why I think it's so important to provide facts and figures and move away from a subjective to an objective discussion and really show that there are some really hard facts, that it is vital to be diverse.
Well, excellent. You know, this is really bringing it back around to leadership. This is ultimately all about leadership. So as we close off now, I want to ask each of you one final question about that, about leadership, and that is, what would be your advice to the audience here and online, keeping in mind that there are businesses, there are public sector organizations, as well as civil society organizations around the world. What would be your advice when it comes to leadership in the workplace for our community?
Okay, kick it off. I think it's understand your own passion firstly, because you know if you're going to stand up and put yourself on a plinth, or you know stand out among your team for something, then you've got to feel not just the passion, but you've got to understand how you're going to articulate that and take it forward. So I think that's incredibly important to understand. And then maybe the second point, and I spoke about it earlier on, is you know if at all possible, then before you go publicly and talk about that, communicate it within your organization. And as a leader, be open and be honest and be truthful. And even if it doesn't always fall beautifully, take people on a journey, and then maybe the last part is persist.
Persist, be passionate. I mean, those are great words. Absolutely. Annika.
Yeah, and be a role model. I mean, you don't have to be a woman or an LGBT plus colleague, but also as a straight white man, you can be a role model and really show that diversity, equity, inclusion matters, and bring it into your daily interaction, in every interaction you have. And I think that's really important to make change sustainably and stable over time.
All right, be a role model, be passionate. I think these are very strong points that we can all take home with us today, online and here. So I'd like to thank both of you very much. We don't have time for any more questions, I'm afraid. But thank you, Margot. Thank you, Annika, for coming today. And thank you, everybody, for taking part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're now ready for our last session before the break. And I would like to invite Bianca Niehoff, who is co-chair of WorkPlace Pride, to the stage. Bianca will be moderating our first town hall session. This is the Asia Pacific town hall session. And Bianca will be both presenting the panelists, as well as we will see some videos in a little while. So
Thank you.
The floor is yours, Bianca.
Thank you, Sarah. And well, welcome all, and nice being here and looking at you, this great, diverse, colorful group of people. We'll be moving virtually and live to Asia. There's people online and there's people, well, Yuli is here with me on the stage. But before we move to that, we have a couple of short videos. It's Mai and Sean from Taiwan talking to us. We'll have one of the panelists, Hanim Hamza, Regional Manager of Ziggo Law, dialing in from Singapore. But we'll start off with a message from the Danish ambassador to Japan, Peter Taxe Jensen. Let's hope this works.
Dear all participants in the town hall session of the Asia Pacific, my name is Peter Taxe Jensen and I'm the Danish ambassador to Japan. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the opening of the Town Hall session of Asia Pacific, which is part of the Copenhagen 2021 LGBTI Workplace Inclusion Day. Today, Tokyo is currently hosting Tokyo 2020. The Olympic Games has just ended with great success, and we're just waiting for the Paralympics that will begin next week. I'm told that there has been more than 180 athletes publicly out as LGBTI in the Tokyo 2020. That is 3 times the number we saw in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. This shows the fact that it's getting easier for everyone to be truly yourself in terms of sexual orientation and gender identity, and that barriers for LGBTI persons to participate and compete in sports are being removed. I believe diversity and inclusion are crucial for democracy, not only in the Nordics, but also in the Asia Pacific. Also, inclusivity at workplaces is a key to encourage innovation in business and society as a whole. I hope this session will give you a better understanding of workplace inclusion in leading economies in this region. Gonzang of Pride House Tokyo will kindly speak about challenges for the Japanese society and how the Japanese companies work on creating stronger inclusion strategies. Now we are going to hear how the actual situation is on the ground here in Asia from civil society organizations across the region. Thank you so much for your attention.
Hi everyone, my name is Shang Chengdu, and I'm the Director of Policy Advocacy in Taiwan Tongchenhai Association. And thank you for having me in this panel. So today I will share about the work equality survey that we have done in 2020 with another organization called the Taiwan Equality Campaign with you, and also share about what we have done afterwards. So Hotline and TC conducted the survey investigating the workplace experiences of LGBTQ+ individuals in Taiwan in January 2020, and we successfully recruited 2,121 respondents within 43 days. So you can see that this is the demographic of the respondents. So most of the respondents are cisgender male and cisgender female, and we also have like a small proportion of the transgender male and transgender female respondents. For the age, you can see that more than half the respondents are between 26 and 35 years old. And the respondents work in various areas. 84% of the respondents have full-time jobs. 60% of the respondents have worked for 3 to 10 years. And more than 25% of them work in large companies with more than like 500 employees, while 20% of the respondents work for a company with between 11 and 50 employees. And 70% of the respondents are employees, 40% are supervisors, 2% are owners, and 5% are freelancers. Although more than half of the respondents in our survey believe that it is important to be able to come out in workplace, compared with the survey we have done in 2016, the overall percentage of LGBTQ+ individuals who have come out has not made significant progresses. 55% of the respondents have come out to some co-workers in their workplace, but fewer than 30% have come out to supervisors or individuals who rank above them. In addition, 10% of the respondents still have not come out to anyone, not to their family members, their friends, co-workers, and supervisors. This percentage is still the same as 4 years ago. While their position and seniority may affect the willingness of LGBTQ+ individuals to come out, nearly 50% of the respondents choose not to come out in their workplace due to worries about how coming out could affect the interpersonal relationships in workplace, as nearly 40% of them are concerned that it could affect their promotion and career development, and another 35% worry that they may be bullied or picked up in workplace. Also, we see that because Taiwan has legalized same-sex marriage in 2019, so now we see that some people are considering coming out in workplace in order to apply for wedding or paternity leaves. And I think it's a good change. We also ask questions about the interactions with co-workers or supervisors, and you can see that in this page, on this page, the respondents are still often being asked about relationship status or pushed to date someone of the opposite sex. The percentage is around 37, 38%, and also 35% of respondents have to pretend to be straight in front of coworkers or supervisors. And looking at the structural aspect of workplaces, also there have been more discussions about LGBTQ+ issues, and institutional improvements have been made to the law in recent years. There have been, unfortunately, limited progresses made to creating friendlier workplaces. More than 55% of the respondents report that their companies do not put in place any measures targeting at LGBTQ+ employees or gender friendliness. So, moreover, the survey also shows that most companies that are capable of providing gender-friendly policies and training programs are larger companies with more than 500 employees. But I must say that actually this percentage is only 10% of the companies, so that's still pretty low. With regard to the legal aspects, 3/4 of the respondents are aware that the existing laws protects individuals from receiving unequal treatment based on their sexual orientation and gender expressions. However, 30% of them are not clear about the reporting mechanism available in their company, and nearly 1/4 of the respondents do not trust existing channels. When unfriendly encounters did occur in workplace, nearly 60% of the respondents say that they settled without any concrete results in the end. While law protecting workplace rights to exist in Taiwan, and Taiwan is the first Asian country where all individuals are entitled to get married, many LGBTQ+ individuals still conceal their identity in workplace and are not able to share with others their personal lives and relationship like their straight co-workers. In order for the goodwill laws mentioned above to truly have their effect, the first step could be organizing LGBTQ+ and gender-friendly courses, lectures, and training programs with individual companies. This is also the expectation of more than 70% of the respondents. So Hotline and TC work together to do more on workplace equality in Taiwan afterwards. So we give lectures and trainings to companies, hold gatherings for HR and ERG members, and organize events to share coming out stories in the workplace. We have published the Workplace Equality Guidebook. In 2020, the team worked together with the INGO Workplace Pride to hold the first international conference on workplace equality in Taiwan, which provided a platform for representatives from of government agencies, embassies, companies, and NGOs to discuss how to work together on these issues. So now we see that in Taiwan, more and more companies just think that the workplace equality and diversity and inclusion is really important. But however, most of them are just transnational corporates. And we really hope that there will be more and more like local businesses join this work, and we can make the workplace more equal. Yeah, so that's my presentation, and I'm looking forward for your questions and feedbacks. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hanim Hamza. I'm the regional managing partner of Zico Law Network. We are a law firm network in Southeast Asia. We have offices in all 10 countries of around the South China Sea, part of the ASEAN bloc. And I'm here to provide the Southeast Asian legal situation in terms of the legal context in ASEAN. First of all, let me locate you, I guess, to ASEAN. It's a dynamic, growing archipelago of countries around the South China Sea. It's 54 years old, the bloc itself, the economic bloc, consisting of the 10 countries. Alphabetically, Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam. Those are the 10 countries. We are 667 million people. And in terms of the constitutional existence or the legal systems, they are very diverse, as you could imagine. We have, say, from the left to right, the democratic common law jurisdictions like Singapore, Malaysia. And then you have the socialist republics like Vietnam and Laos. And then the presidential constitutional republics like Philippines and Indonesia, monarchies, constitutional monarchies in Thailand and Cambodia. Then we have, of course, the Islamic absolute monarchy state of Brunei. And then today, we also have the military junta of Myanmar. So when we talk about workplace inclusion or LGBTIQ issues, we are talking about a very diverse set of laws and regulations because of the situation of all these different countries and how they operate. I guess I will touch upon perhaps 3 or 4 main themes in order to help you understand in terms of the legal situation on the ground in ASEAN. First, in terms of sexuality, transgender or gender preferences or selection, it can be said there's no positive laws, in terms of allowing for gender definitions or gender reassignments. So for transgender rights, there are, in fact, negative laws in Brunei, which is an Islamic monarchy state. It's an illegal outright, ban for any classification, none other than male or female. The Malaysian National Fatwa Council as well bans against cross-dressing. Indonesia Ulama Council has a prohibition against same-sex relations and any gender reassignment surgeries, except for, as they defined it, very, kind of closely, perfecting circumstances. However, so not all doom and gloom in that sense. There are some positive advancements in Thailand. Same-sex relations are legal. 2015 comprehensive anti-discrimination law was passed. And in 2019, in fact, there is a civil partnership bill that's in Parliament now, which talks about you can have gender reassignment surgeries without consent if you're 20 years and above, and with consent if you're 18 years. And then there is the Vietnamese draft transgender law, if passed, will allow for choice of sexual identity if you're 18 years and above. I'll move on from, say, the definitions, transgender sexual definitions of your male, female gender identities to the issue of discrimination, right? Naturally, all these countries, there are positive laws that provides for equality, that every person, regardless of gender. In Indonesia, for example, the Malaysia's constitution as well protects fundamental liberties that prohibit discrimination. So discrimination is a general umbrella, and however, in Malaysia, we talk about Malaysia in February 2021, just a couple of months ago, the court ruling reinforces the ban on gay sex. So that there is that, pull in different directions in terms of the discussions around kind of discrimination issues with regards to based on gender and based on sexuality. In Thailand, again, the country that's most, advanced would be the Gender Equality Act that's been passed that protects gender and identity discrimination in Thailand. In Philippines as well, in 2019, there's the Safe Spaces Act that was passed that then punished for any sexual harassment based on homophobic slurs or slander. Moving on then from discrimination to, say, marriage or to partnership in these countries in ASEAN, generally across all the 10 countries, there's no definition, there's no recognition at all of same-sex marriages. Marriage is defined as men and women of opposite sex, and only heterosexual relations are recognized. The age of consent of marriage will vary. Generally, across the board, will be about 18 years and above, but that, again, varies. When we talk about criminal law, Malaysia and Singapore and Brunei inherits the British Penal Code. The infamous Section 377A still prevails. So sodomy law is criminalized regardless of sex in Malaysia, Brunei. In Singapore, there was a 2007 decision that allows lesbians and heterosexual couples to perform sodomy act, but it's criminal against for gay men, and it's punishable by fines and even 2 years imprisonment. It's still very dire. You know, we have to look back at the region and how they are very strong countries in terms of religious texts. Philippines, a Catholic country, Indonesia, largest population of the Muslim faith, Islam. So conclusions I guess that can be drawn is that there's still a big way to go for the region. Market openness does not guarantee or mean sexual equality. For example, Singapore, which is very, regarded as a first world country, very modern, still archaic in its laws and regulations pertaining to LGBTIQ rights. But there's improvement in Thailand, definitely, in the Philippines, and to some extent in Indonesia. I think I'll stop there, and that will be my kind of sharing for now, and happy to take on questions. Thank you.
So welcome, and welcome also here, Yuli with me, and the ambassador, the Danish ambassador to Japan, talked about somebody else joining us, but unfortunately he couldn't join, so we have Yuli. You happen to be also from Japan, right?
Yes, correct.
You're also having moved from Japan to the Netherlands, but also being the leadership and development program manager, if I can say, from WorkPlace, right?
Correct.
Can you share a little bit, like, why did you move from Japan to here? And hearing Hanim talk, I get a little bit depressed, actually.
Yes. Yeah, well, situation in Japan is a little bit, I don't want to use the word better, but a little bit different. And, well, I'm from Tokyo, I'm lesbian, and we have children, and I live in Amsterdam. And so I'm an immigrant. So people see me as like, oh my God, you have a lot going on. But when you see my educational background and socioeconomic status, I see myself a privileged person. And whenever I use the word privilege, my white friends are like, oh, no, don't go there. And so I use the word superpower instead of privilege. Then they want to use it. What superpower do I have? Explain. So the reason why I moved from Japan to the Netherlands is that I knew, as a Korean migration background, Japanese lesbian living in Tokyo, I knew, I was like, I don't have a better chance here. So I had to leave, like my parents, grandparents had to leave from Korea. But anyway, my survival instinct told me, like, go somewhere you can live just the way you want to live. And so I chose the Netherlands, and I did an MBA at Rotterdam School of Management in 2010. And I got to know a little bit more the Dutch culture, and I thought, this is a place I want to be. And then I started working there, and my life was good. But then I looked back at Japan, and my friends are still suffering. And I wanted to do something about that. So, David gave me an opportunity to develop a learning and development program to really talk about how important it is to have LGBTIQ plus inclusion in the workplace, but that I developed, and I realized, again, the word LGBTIQ plus inclusion was othering the majority of straight people. So we talk, in our program, we talk about psychological well-being and emotional safety because it applies to everyone. So I see LGBTIQ plus inclusion as almost like universal design. Well, you have that in place, and everybody's happy. And including not just LGBTIQ plus people, but men, women, regardless of a gender expression, gender identity, or sexual orientation. Because once you have psychological safety, and people are more productive, people are happier, and more collaborative and innovative. So. Long story, sorry. No. But the reason why I moved from Japan to the Netherlands was partially for my study, but also my survival instinct. And I couldn't wait for Japan to change for me because it wasn't going to. And it's changing, but not as fast as I'd like to see. So.
Maybe a question on that, because we had the Olympics in Japan. The ambassador talked about that. We saw what was happening with the Olympics when they changed the director within Japan, Saiko Hashimoto took on, and she very much expressed and really took the LGBTI community along as well in promoting that. How has that influenced Japan? And is this a way to also maybe take along the rest of the Asian region?
Well, you look at the Prime Minister of Japan, the old guy, and nothing to offend old guys out there, I'm sorry, but the cabinet, the picture of the cabinet in Japan is just so old. They're just old. The average age is like 68 plus, and they're making policy and they're making laws for the younger, like for the future, and I'm like, no, they don't even know the word LGBTIQ plus or non-binary or queer, or they'll be like, what? Well, we don't have those people in Japan, but we're everywhere. And it's too hard for me to kind of, this slowness and the sort of gap between the reality versus the older generation, how they perceive reality. So the Seiko Hashimoto, the Ministry of Olympics, I think, when she showed support for LGBTIQ plus inclusion athletes, that was wonderful, but unfortunately, she doesn't have sort of power in that cabinet to move things forward. So it was a nice gesture, but I think it just stops there.
Okay, let's hold on to that generational thing later. I would like to involve Hanim into the conversation as well. Hanim, you're joining us from Singapore, and what you just sketched, it really makes me depressed, actually, and I've got a number of friends among you in Singapore and living in Asia, living their lives, and so what's the bright side of life in Asia? Bright side of life in Asia.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, yes, it is very much a long way to go. As I mentioned, we have a diverse development because the region itself is very diverse. So Thailand, as I said, is leading the way in terms of ASEAN for changes. Having said that, there is still a long way to go, and I share Yuli's frustration that you might have some pockets of advancement, small little winning points, but in the end of the day, the real work that needs to be done. I was on a panel recently with Michel from Elsevier, and he said how his firm, I was asking him, how does he promote LGBTQI policies within his company that present in Singapore when the government is still pretty much have a way to go in terms of understanding and changing rules about workplace inclusivity. Then he said, I mean, as an organization, you have a different set of policies within the organization, and when you're within the doors of the office or within the confinements, when you're at work, you allow for people to be present 100% at work, and you encourage by policies and training and like that. So despite what is external environment, you start the changes from within. And this has been talked to a lot this morning, by the plenaries about the top down, about really walking the talk, about companies' leadership, making the change within, and that will help propel, I guess, changes, advocacy from within. So, Bianca, a way to go. But if we all pull in together, and as leaders of our different organizations and influencers in our different networks, I think change can be made.
Thanks, Hanim. And thanks, Hanim. And Sean, I think that's you on the line. I think that's you on the line as well. Anything on you? Or am I mistaken? Okay, let's move back. If there's any questions from the audience, you stand up. So I can see that you have a question. We have some questions online as well. I try and mingle it all into the conversation. And there's an echo, which, now it's better. The echo is gone. Maybe one of the questions, and let me see who am I going to ask this question to. Maybe Hanim, also to you. In some South Asian countries, perspectives, the trans community are really front runners. They're visible champions for their own. So is this something you recognize? And is that something we can build upon to, as you say, we can move maybe from the embassy model, which we heard about before, from Mærsk to more an advocacy model? Is that where we are at yet? And well, do you see that visibility? And can we use that?
I think generally the idea that collaborative, different groups working together is very important. So when there's advancement or there is move from one, because LGBTQI is a diverse group of individuals. So in that sense, any collaboration will help because there is a way to go in this region in terms of changing. I'm talking about the region is the region of Southeast Asia, ASEAN specifically. Of course, we have Taiwan, we've heard from our colleague in Taiwan, has led the way in terms of Asia for recognition. But in terms of definitely, I would advocate and support, different communities coming together to propel and lead change.
Talking about support and different communities supporting one another, we previously talked, Yuli, we talked about generation. You touched upon it right now as well, what you see happening in Japan, that the older generation, the younger generation don't connect, and there seems to be like this big, this diversion continuously going on. What can we, as an older generation, what can the older generation learn from the younger generation? How can we use that?
I think there's so much that we can learn from the younger generation. And when I was growing up in Japan, I didn't see a lot of lesbian or role models. And so my strategy was then to blend in, behave like everybody else. But luckily, the younger generation in Japan is changing. They're more expressing their gender expressions, how they feel inside, externally, and they're voicing their rights to be who they are, who they can be at work, etc. And I think it's a global trend. The younger generation is really this kind of social activist generation that they want to change things for themselves. And it's not just Japan and Asia. It's happening in the US and UK and Europe as well. And it's time for us to really listen to them. And as David said, younger generation demand inclusion in the workplace, regardless of their gender identity or sexual orientation. And Ipsos Mori has the Gen Z research from 2019. And in the UK, about 34% of the total population, not LGBTIQ plus population, but total population identify as not exclusively heterosexual. So, including, I don't want to answer, 5% or so, but 34%, 1 in 3 is saying, like, I'm not exclusively heterosexual. That's a huge number. They're no longer a minority. And they're not just suddenly turning queer. Younger generation is a generation really confident to say, I'm fluid. I don't know, but I'm fluid, and I'm okay with that idea. So it's really time for us to listen to the younger generation and their needs, and the seasoned professionals have power to make changes in the workplace now for the future generation. And yeah, there are so many, like Annika already highlighted the LGBTIQ workforce and the recent study, but BCG also has a great report. LGBTIQ workforce has arrived, highlighting the younger generation, how being out at work has benefits, and not just for them, but in the workplace to lead more productivity, and that leads to competitive advantage for the organization. So I think my advice to any organization is to implement a reverse mentoring program, for example. Yeah. If you already have a mentoring program, just reverse it and listen to the younger generation and learn from them.
So there's one of the questions in the chat. So there's also like, how can the rest of the world support Asia in developing towards becoming more LGBTIQ plus inclusive? Is this the link we can make through the generational aspect? Generation-wise, I think younger generation is doing already like so much, and the older generation, or I can only speak for Japan, but the Japanese people are weak from the pressure, external pressure. So what's happening now in the business world in Japan is a lot of Chamber of Commerce in Japan. For example, US Chamber of Commerce, UK, Dutch, and also the embassies are putting pressure to the Japanese government. You have to change the system because these talents from their countries, they can't bring their partners because of our domestic law, that you can only bring opposite-sex partners. So now they made exceptions for the diplomats, and
a certain group of foreigners, talented professionals, but that has to be more in place in a broader population. Otherwise, Japan will miss opportunities to hire talents from outside Japan. So that external pressure is happening, so that helps.
Hanim, back to you, and then think of a question in the audience. I'll come back to you after Hanim has answered this question. Hanim, how do you see this for the rest of Asia, intergenerational linking to promoting LGBTIQ+, supporting from outside of Asia, supporting Asia to become more LGBTI inclusive? Is that a way to go, or any other thoughts?
Yeah, I think technology is great in terms of a medium to help advocacy and change. In Southeast Asia, the advancement of technology has been very rapid. Definitely, I think more if you're in Indonesia, a lot of people will have more than one mobile phone and have connection and access to social media. So exposure and transparency, more and more advocacy programs would help definitely educate people. But there are still issues around religious contexts. I mentioned earlier that countries have very deep-rooted systems and infrastructure, political infrastructure or network infrastructure that's based on religious leanings. These are, for example, as a Malaysian, in my passport, I have my religion stated there explicitly. So these are some of the things where religious play a role. So connecting, collaborating, understanding with the religious scholars, apart from the politicians, is important. I think I agree, Yuli, that there is a lot of change from the younger generation, and this region definitely the medium age is a lot younger than, say, if you say Europe. So you will see that change move forward. But unless there's also the class system, there's also education, there's also the religious aspect. So these are some of the issues that are pressing, the discussion, either back to a corner rather than to the forefront, which we hope, with platforms like this, with more bringing in more people from the region to speak, and giving help or training. I think that would help for sure.
Thanks. Let's take a question from the audience. Let's see, there's one in the back, and whoa, lots coming up.
Thank you. Hello. My question is for Harim Hamza. Do you actually think it's possible to make a global strategy and to make sure not to compromise on the human rights, the values, when the legislation is so different in different countries, especially when we try to include, and how do you find it possible to work on inclusion when the discrimination is so high for the minority groups, not only for this community, but also for women, for disabled people? How do you have any advice, or is it just a fact that it's? I'm very sorry to hear that you had to leave your country, and now we're speaking about youngsters who should fight. But in some countries, they actually get killed by fighting. So maybe, I believe they decide just to move to some country to immigrate, which is kind of actually very sad when you think of it. So do you have any suggestions on a strategy on a global or international base that actually works? Acknowledging all the scholars and also I want to ask you, because homophobia has been a global issue, and so has Islamophobia. So how do you think how you're able to consider both minority groups? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hanim.
Thank you for that question. I think in terms of a global strategy, it's not easy to have broad strokes, because different countries, have different issues. I think they are in different stages of development as well. So education is important. When you have a society that's equally educated, or then it's easier to push certain agenda. So I think in that sense, that's why it's incremental. ASEAN itself as a region is very different from Europe. It recognizes the nuances or the differences of different countries and respects that, because there is a need for a country to develop when the people are ready, in that sense. But then I agree with you. I mean, when you see violence, when you see human rights atrocities, it seems that the regulations are not at pace or not fast enough, and these events will then, come forward and then to change the laws and regulations, which is sad, of course, because we want to avoid that. So while a global strategy is ideal, but I think it is very difficult to do. What we can do, though, it's not all lost in hope, is that each of us as leaders or influencers in our organizations, companies, our families, our teams, can do our part, to influence, to, Yuli talked about mentor, to speak up and provide the environment for others to speak up safely as well. I think that's important. You asked about Islamophobia and homophobia. Yes, I think this comes with education. This comes with a lot of more engagement with scholars. There are, as we grow older, there are younger scholars coming through. I mean, seeing where they come through, what kind of teachings, what kind of thought process, and engaging with them to understand and to kind of bridge that gap or that discourse that one may have between the religious text and homosexual and acts. So I think that there is a way to go, but it's about understanding, it's about education.
Okay. We had one question. In the back.
Hello, first of all, I want to thank you for the very insightful presentation. It's been great. I wanted to ask you if you see any danger in the argument of tying queer identities to productivity in the workplace, because I'm from Germany and I see it in my country. Many of my also older queer friends are very pressured, especially after coming out. They're the first people to come out, have it coming out in their companies. So the amount of productivity and what they deliver is tied to their queerness. So I understand that we have to kind of deliver this argument to convince conservative companies to include queer people, but I'm just interested if anyone thought about that and has concerns regarding this argument.
I think Julie.
Me?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, like Annika said, if the seasoned professionals are not convinced after report that it makes a business case to include everyone, then what more can we do? It's a culture shift. The business case has been made over a decade, so it's a culture shift. And if you have your peers, queer peers or LGBTIQ plus resource groups, form a group. You can start on your own, 1, 2, we are everywhere. So you will find friends and make, it takes time, and I know it's a pain, but you need to educate people around you. For example, if your marketing manager who's responsible for user experience and he thinks LGBTIQ has nothing to do with him, but what about the gender selection options, male, female? We need more. Why? Well, let me explain about non-binary or queer. It's about his or her, their job to take care of that, to include everyone for the customers in terms of user experience. So just making a case, example that relate to their functions and just tell them how important it is within the company to have inclusive work environment so that you can better serve customers, for example. I know it doesn't happen overnight, but I see a lot of companies are changing in this area, so good luck to you.
Yeah, and maybe just want your perspective from Asia as well, Hanim. How, as a lawyer, you collaborate with governments and you collaborate with companies. So how do you see corporates influencing governments in Asia to maybe make the change towards becoming more LGBTIQ plus inclusive?
Well, something that's come up from the pandemic is ESG, the push for environment, social, and governance focus. Definitely now, companies are looking at these three elements, and of course, falling under social, looking at transparency, work inclusion, in terms of diversity. That's happening already. In the stock exchanges, for example, the representation of women, it's usually gender issues that are in the forefront, and disability, and the minority, marginalized group are requirements. So the social agenda is there. Whether it extends to LGBTIQ groups, then that is still a way to go. But with that movement, I think definitely with that requirement, it comes from even the funders. It comes from US, Europe coming in the agenda for more ESG compliant. You see that from impact due diligence. You see that from issues of modern slavery. So it's coming through our shores, and it will come because that's what the financiers want. The financiers want a company that is not just about profit making and short-term goals. It wants a company that have long sustainability goals, more medium to long term, which includes a inclusivity workplace, includes transparency, includes all these other agendas. And we hope in that conversation that will also push through, like Yuli said, some kind of pressure from the external. So now that's required if, even within the internal, the voices are not loud enough.
Thanks. One last question. A hand over there. Yes, please. Somebody can go there with a mic. Please make it a short question, and let's see short answer, and because our time is almost up.
Yes, I'll try to make it short. Hi, I'm Paul. I'm also from Taiwan, so I have a question for May and Sean from Hotline. Even though Taiwan is quite progressive in marriage equality, but I think in workplace pride is still very conservative. So, for example, I work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Taiwan, and people might think, oh, diplomats, they have been everywhere in the world, they might be open-minded, but which is not true. And so I'm out to all my colleagues, but I can see many of my LGBT colleagues, they're afraid of coming out because of what Sean said. They are concerned it might affect their interpersonal relations or even their promotions. And I also have this kind of concern, and I was wondering if Sean has any advice for that, to make the workplaces in Taiwan a more comfortable place to come out.
I'm not quite sure whether Maya and Sean are online. Are you? And can you then answer the question, please? You are online.
Hello.
Clear to me.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you please give a short answer to this question?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so hi. And actually for us, we can really see like in Taiwan, we are really started to our workplace equality issues recently. And we also notice like right now in Taiwan for a big company, like especially for international corporates, if they have like policies, friendly policy, will be easier for them to start with the LGBT friendly strategies. But like our survey, we can notice like for government staffs, they really want to come out, better for them, because all the conservative situations, so it's really hard. And but we also notice like education is helping right now, like this year, because we start to talk with all the local governments. So right now, some local governments start to like having a training to their employees. So it helps, and we start to through the education to let all the environment more friendly. Yeah. And we also notice like ERG is also very helping, because we also have the friendly gathering on LGBT friendly company, and we can exchange our experience, and that helps a lot. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have to close. And I would like to thank Yuli being here, Mai, Sean. Thank you for this perfect answer in the end. Hanim, thanks for being here as well. There's quite a bit to do still around the globe, and as is in Asia. And me starting depressed after having heard Hanim's presentation, I think there's light at the horizon. It's about education, it's about collaboration, it's about celebrating those who give the right example. Hanim, you mentioned ESG, and what we have heard Mærsk is doing this morning, what we have heard the Deputy Prime Minister Petra of Belgium saying, I think these are all wonderful examples, and this is what we should celebrate and advocate, and that will hopefully bring us to this all-inclusive world for all of us. Thank you for being part of this. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this powerful, engaging, and as you say, also light at the end of the tunnel presentation and panel debate. We now have a short break, or when I finish with the announcements. First, I have a small announcement for the people who might be here for the plenary session with Amnesty International. I don't think it's you guys, but maybe someone in the back. That has been cancelled. So back to this program, we now have a small break. We will have a break until 11:45. At 11:45, you will be finding your group sessions, and at your badges, there will be a little dot which tells you what color to go to. So you can see the circles on the floor around the plenary session. So after the break at 11:45, you will find your colorful circle. That will be your breakout session. After the breakout session, we will have a lunch, and that will be for about an hour. So the lunch will be from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, and then at 2 o'clock we will meet here again for the next round of plenary sessions. So small break, have a cup of coffee, bio break, and then we'll meet in the the breakout sessions at 11:45. Thank you. So just one more piece of information, and I was just told that the little dots don't matter anymore. So apparently you can go to whatever session you would like. So at 11:45, just go to one of the circles and join the online participants for your breakout sessions. Thank you.
Just to say you're my love.
So there is now 30 seconds left until 11:45, and I'm your human clock. So if you would please begin to move towards the circles where the plenary sessions will begin shortly. And I also have a small other announcement. I will make it again after the sessions, but those of you who received a purple ticket, You will have to meet for lunch outside the main doors, where you'll be escorted to your lunch. Okay, so we can talk about privilege or superpower, but those with a purple ticket will be escorted to their lunches.
A shame, think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. But still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah. You try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Give it.
All right. So can you put... I think I'm hearing myself there. I'm hearing myself there.
If everything I dreamt of it was true,
So,
I take your blessings with your heart.
that's okay. Good. Can I see, can I have my slides here?
And so wonderful to know it's you.
Okay. Good. So let's try to talk about...
From the highest mountain to the deepest well, I never thought I'd be the one to tell. It's so easy and so wonderful beneath your spell. The shadow that my true love casts, dark is the light he shares. If I could only have one more night, I'd forgive him, I swear. I swear. I swear. So come on, let's make this new moon shine all day. Let's make this world do everything you say. It's so easy and so wonderful to feel this way, to feel this way. 7 hours driving on the highway. Far away, far away, far away. Every moment I was spending on regrets was such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I'm in love. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. If there is shit behind me. Feeling like a stranger on a foreign land. Far away, far away, far away. I could get along, could be a different man. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I'm in love. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. If there is shit behind me. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I'm in love. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. If there is shit behind me.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire We'll just sit and wait till see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Is there alone on your back, pushing you down? Tell me love, spread your wings. A new day will come again. I promise it will get better. Give it some time. Free yourself. Let your troubles unwind. Sweet love of mine. Free yourself. Is it a strain on you now? Pulling you Spread your wings. A new day has come again. Did my promises make it better? Healing in time. Free
see my love.
think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. Oh, but still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold show. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Give it. Can't run away from it. Still you try so hard.
mountain to the deepest well. I never thought I'd be the one to tell. It's so easy and so wonderful beneath your spell. Bright is the shadow that my true love casts. Dark is the light he shares. If I could only have one more night, I'd forgive him, I swear. I swear. I So come on, let's make this new moon shine all day. Let's make this world do everything you say. It's so easy and so wonderful to feel this way, to feel this way.
such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside, and there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I've been enough. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me. It's a clean slate. Got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. It's a clean slate. Got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I've been enough. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sound. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump if I will just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Trying not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Is there alone down your back, pushing you down? Tell me, love, spread your
So I'm hearing a lot of applause, which is nice because it means the sessions are ending on time. It is now time for lunch. We will meet here again in an hour at 2 o'clock. As I said a little earlier, those of you with a purple ticket, you will be picked up for lunch by the front door. Thank you.
Let your troubles unwind. Sweet love of mine. Free yourself. Is it a strain on you now? Pulling you down. Tell me, my love, spread your wings. A new day has come again. Did my promises make it better? Healing in time. Free yourself. Let your troubles unwind.
see my love. I want you.
shame. Think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. But still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Give me,
true love casts. Dark is the light he shares. If I could only have one more night, I'd forgive him, I swear. I swear. So come on, let's make this new moon shine all day. Let's make this world do everything you say. It's so easy and so wonderful to feel this way, to feel this way.
such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside, and there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up, I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart, of everything that holds me down, no, no. And it's feeling like gathering enough, I can feel the love I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I've been enough. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can let go, not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I've been enough. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can let go, not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me.
My name is Tobias Elling-Rehfeldt. I'm the ambassador of Denmark to South Africa. Almost half the country in Southern Africa.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Try to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong come again. I promise it will get better. Give it some time. Free yourself. Let your troubles unwind. Sweet love of mine. Free yourself. Free yourself. Is it a strain on you now? Pulling you down. Tell me, my love, spread your wings.
So we will be beginning in a short while. So if people would find their seats, or just seats, that would be great. Good. Welcome back from lunch, or welcome to the session if you are new arrival. And welcome also back to our online participants. We will now start our second town hall. Oops, sorry, Michael. We will now start our second town hall session, and this time it will be on Africa and the Middle East. And I am happy to present Michael Kohlmann, who is co-chair of WorkPlace Pride, together with Bianca, I assume,
exactly,
to moderate this town hall session. So welcome, and we will have some videos also running in a little while, but Michael will first introduce the participants that are joining us online.
Great, well, welcome everybody. So we in a new gears here. We're focusing on Africa and the Middle East, a huge group of countries where it's, of course, not always that easy to be part of the LGBTIQ+ community. And the first video we start with actually is from the Danish ambassador from South Africa, so from Pretoria, and his name is Tobias Rehfeldt. So I think maybe if we can start with that, then and then I'll introduce the other panelists. And of course,
my name is Tobias Rehfeldt. I'm the ambassador of Denmark to South Africa. Almost half the country in Southern Africa have either decriminalized same-sex consensual relations or are reviewing laws that discriminate against the LGBTIQ persons, either by voluntary legal reform or by court challenges. The region is near a tipping point of irreversible positive change in recognizing the human rights of the LGBTIQ community. However, sustained systemic progress towards equality and freedom for LGBTIQ persons in the region, including in the workspace, requires a joint, a strategic and a hard-hitting public advocacy capabilities by all of us supporting the LGBTIQ community. And it also requires a more robust, direct engagement of duty bearers in the public, in the private and in the social spheres in Southern Africa for deep change to public policies and to public attitudes. We need to work with mass media, with religious organizations, with business, with government, with traditional leaderships, and among the families and parents of the LGBTIQ activists to secure the full and unhindered access of LGBTIQ persons in the workspace. The Danish Embassy in South Africa is really proud to add our voice to this fight. The struggle for human rights of the LGBTIQ community in Southern Africa, it does require a strategic and a multidimensional approach from various players in society, from the private sector, from the public sector, from the non-profit sector. We all have important roles to play. Partnerships are key to influence societal change, to drive policy shifts, and to drive behavioral change. Make no mistake, we are on the winning side. Historical change is coming, and the fight for workplace inclusion has many advocates among Danish and among South African companies. And we must use the opportunity of the Copenhagen 2021 WorldPride and EuroGames to engaging and partnering with the private sector in this fight, as the support of powerful allies and partners has the potential to really create meaningful change and ultimately the attainment of full citizenship for all our fellow LGBTIQ citizens. As a Danish ambassador to South Africa, I call on all Danish and on all South African companies to engage, to get involved, and to partner in this work for advocating the rights of our fellow LGBTIQ+ citizens. I wish you all a happy and a powerful Copenhagen 2021 WorldPride and EuroGames. Take care.
Great, well, thank you, Tobias. A really upbeat message and a call for action for everybody. We go to the next guest, and that is Zibenzile Nkambule, who's coming from the Other Foundation, also in South Africa.
Good day. I am Sebenzile Nkambule, the Executive Officer for Strategic Partnerships at the Other Foundation. The Other Foundation is an African philanthropic trust that does the work to advance and promote equality and freedom in Southern Africa, with a particular focus on sexual orientation and gender identity. We gather support to advance human rights and social inclusion for the LGBTI plus community in our region. And we do this by working as both a fundraiser and a grant maker. We work in 13 Southern African countries. The values that are the foundation of our organization are fairness, equality, and justice. We believe that everyone should be free to live a safe and a dignified life, have a family if they so choose, and make their contribution to society. The Other Foundation works to change the views and practices and institutions that prevent people because of who they are or who they love from being able to do that in Southern Africa. And we are pleased today to be participating in WorldPride Copenhagen 2021. Corporates and businesses are key partners in the fight for the attainment of full citizenship of LGBTI plus Africans. We believe that it is through partnering with organizations such as our own and LGBTI activists that business-led change work can be done effectively. The potential of businesses to influence change, whether it's at a policy level, to shift and shape behavioral norms and attitudes, cannot be understated. LGBTI plus people are your clients, they're employees, and they're key stakeholders in businesses. An underdeveloped approach to supporting these groups is not good for business, and it's not good for society broadly. As a region, we are at a tipping point to achieving significant change for LGBTI plus people. And partnering with businesses has the potential to tip us over and significantly change the realities of LGBTI plus people on our continent. This discussion in this town hall today aims to surface some of the issues in our context and show how the work we as the Other Foundation are part of leading alongside others can be game-changing with the right partners on board.
That was
I'm very
great.
pleased now to welcome our panelists. First is Farai Marubane. Farai is a director with the South African LGBTI plus Management Forum, who are an organization focusing on ensuring workplace inclusion and diversity of LGBTQI plus people in South African companies. We're also joined on our panel by Samuel Shapiro. Samuel is the former national organizer of Equal Education, the social justice campaign for equitable and good quality education in South Africa, and was previously Equal Education senior researcher. We also have Robert Akoto Amoafo. Robert is a human rights advocate, a communications expert, a personal and organizational development coach, and a certified trainer. He's also a gender and a sexual minority advocate. And then lastly, we'll be joined by Tamer Zikri, who is the global head of talent, diversity and inclusion at Intertrust Group.
The South African Workplace Equality Index, or just SAWE for short, is our flagship project as the South African LGBT plus Management Forum. And so we launched this in 2018, and primarily because we spend majority of our waking day at work. Therefore, it's important that every employee, regardless of their diversity, should be treated equally by their co-workers and enjoy equal opportunities in their workplace as well. And so standards kind of need to be set, and greater accountability needs to be expected from our leaders within our workplaces. And regarding the SAWE project specifically, it provides companies in South Africa with a means to measure their levels of LGBTIQ plus inclusion against independently determined and research-based best practice. Because as we know, most companies in general, the more diverse companies are and the more inclusive workplaces are, the better producing, the better performing, and you get more kind of resilient companies from that. And so SAWE also sits alongside similar benchmarks internationally. There's one in the USA, there's one in the UK, Hong Kong, Australia, and Canada. And we're the only index that is running this sort of research in the Middle East and Africa region. And the SAWE itself really aims to, firstly, to provide a practical, localized framework and a set of targets against which South African employers can measure themselves. And then secondly, we also aim to showcase and to celebrate the most LGBTIQ+ friendly employers in South Africa. And that's really to work around to help companies kind of with talent attraction and retention as well. And then thirdly, we aim to also create a healthy and competitive environment between employers and to create sort of more inclusive LGBTIQ+ friendly workplaces. Majority of the participants had some form of LGBTIQ+ network or resource group, or a lot of them had allies programs. And these networks are really active in what we've seen and engaging with their companies. And so another thing that companies can begin to introduce is, especially on a multinational basis, a lot of companies internationally have these affinity network groups or inclusion groups, making sure that they're present in the countries, so in smaller markets, so like South Africa, in smaller markets in the rest of Africa, and in smaller markets that are in developing countries as well, and to make sure that there's a mirror of those international groups and affinity networks that exist, to make sure that they're also in other markets as well. Diversity training and awareness continues to be a popular initiative. A lot of the companies that took part in the previous SAWE were training employees that were coming in as part of their induction around diversity training. And what we saw is that the greatest divergence in scores occurred with regards to inclusion of LGBTIQ+ people within employment equity forums. So with nearly sort of half explicitly excluding the LGBTQ+ representation and half of them not. And I think this is obviously directly tied to the policies and the laws at a national level in South Africa, is that companies are not required to include in their employment equity forums the LGBTIQ+ inclusion element. And so that's something that companies can always do, and companies can voluntarily include that within their EE forums. And then while most companies sort of had communications about LGBTIQ+ equality and inclusion within their region, only 16 out of the 27 participants could identify senior leaders that were LGBTIQ+ and out. And that's, that's two elements. One of it is that that's not something that you can necessarily facilitate or force. If they aren't there, they aren't there. But on the other hand, I think it also speaks to the importance of having an environment that is conducive and safe for people to be out if they are there. So that speaks to really wider efforts that a company can be making to make people feel that they're safe and included within their workplace. And then finally, the evidence also highlighted some great work that a lot of companies are doing on diversity and inclusion in South Africa when it comes to LGBTIQ+ inclusion specifically, because it's not mandated legally in terms of requirements for a company to be considered inclusive or transformational, which is a word that we use in South Africa for inclusion around race and gender specifically, because companies aren't necessarily legally required to be including LGBTIQ+ inclusion efforts within their specific employee equity forums. It's important that LGBTIQ+ people in the workplace are included, and even when it's on a voluntary basis, and this can be done with existing programs. So existing programs that speak to diversity around gender, existing programs that speak to diversity around race, diversity around disability, and overall transformation efforts. It's important for companies to start thinking about how they're introducing, if it's not already there, an element around inclusion specifically for LGBTIQ+ people. When you think of social compacting and nation building, and you think of government, civil society, and business, and you think of ways that communication can sort of be made better and communication can be more effective, there's an element of distrust. there's an element of distrust throughout, and part of what is frustrating is that often the goals are actually similar. And there's always, if you look for it, and it's an important exercise to be doing all the time in any kind of work that we're doing, across CSOs, business, or CSOs and government, etc. But it's really finding the element of shared value. And so an element of kind of understanding, why does a business exist? They exist to make a profit. Why does a CSO exist? They exist to be advocating for a particular social justice issue. And I think in understanding what the purpose of both is, and understanding how you do those purposes and how you continue your business, there's some commonalities that can be found there. So for example, and I will zero in specifically on LGBTIQ+ inclusion. It's in the interest of businesses to make sure that their own businesses are inclusive. But it's also in the interest of business to make sure that the environment and the societies that they, and the markets that they operate in are increasingly more inclusive and increasingly more diverse, because it's better for them. And it's better for them in terms of in terms of attracting and in terms of retaining sort of the best talent that you can possibly get within that particular market. And so with the work that CSOs are doing, understanding that purpose and understanding that that shared value, that shared element, or that commonality of the CSOs are looking for inclusion and diversity, and this is the work that they're doing. But this can also benefit businesses in what way? And being able to articulate what that common goal is, I think does a lot to address some of the distrust, because at the heart of it, it's really that, you know, there's a problem around distrust, there's a problem around communication, and there's a problem around echo chambers. And once we start to break down those echo chambers and really communicate about, okay, so I'm operating in this market. Let's take Lagos, for example. I'm a multinational company, and I've just opened a branch in Lagos, and I know that the laws are anti-LGBTIQ+ people. They're quite repressive, actually, and I'm quite fearful as a company of doing or saying anything that can, you know, put me in trouble with the government, because I still want to operate here and I still want to make a profit in this country. It's important for CSOs to be able to come to the table, because this is the work that is important for CSOs and is important for advocacy work and for moving forward, for moving the needle in terms of policy, to sit down and really use the influence that companies have to be able to say, okay, so we can't change the law of the land, but what can we do within your company? What are the ways in which we can work together to make sure that diversity is important? Because if diversity is important in the UK or in South Africa, and you've explicitly mentioned this, it should be important in Nairobi as well, and in Lagos as well. So it's important to find common ways of kind of speaking and understanding what the shared value is and what the shared element is in work that is already continuing. I think a lot of what happens in the relations, specifically with CSOs and businesses, is that there's a very, almost an element of within the business world, it's thought of as charity, as doing charity work or as doing CSR work in a lot of companies. And so doing the work to actually change that culture and to change that thinking, that there's a goal in mind that everyone can benefit from, including the businesses, and how do we work better together? And how do we not think of working together with CSOs as charitable work or CSR work, corporate social responsibility work? And how do we think of it as how do we embed it into our business and into our business model and into the way that we work? And how do we find common advantages, common benefits that we can both work through to? Because that makes it a lot more sustainable. Once there's a common goal and once there's a shared value, you know, it's a lot more sustainable, because nobody has to go out of their way or out of their normal kind of business that they're doing to make sure that we are advancing a particular social justice goal.
The Other Foundation is a first of its kind African trust. We are not your everyday funder. We are a community foundation, and we see ourselves as part of the community, as change agents as much as the people that we work for are change agents. To do this, a big part of it is research. You can't act without research, without understanding the environment you work with and what has worked in that environment. One of the key findings from these papers and from other papers our grantees are doing is a lot of change that happens in Southern Africa is moved by two factors. The first one is families. People's networks, their family networks, whether it's close family or distant family, and as you penetrate into family structures, either through parents of LGBTI people telling their stories, what you see is that those parents' advocacy in the church, those parents' advocacy in traditional spaces, and even those parents' advocacy in political spaces opens up the conversation, brings a lot more people into the conversation, and that it shifts the conversation away from sex, which can be quite taboo to talk about, and it shifts it far more towards family, acceptance, tolerance, togetherness. And those are the values that this region holds dearly, and shifting our narrative of LGBTI advocacy to fit with those values is going to be key in the coming decade in how we transform the societies that we live in. Whether we like it or not, global corporations, businesses, multinationals are a huge part of our societies, our economies, our politics, and ensuring that the change we're looking for is happening in those spaces too is critically important. Ways we've found that change can happen in those spaces is affinity groups. So groups of LGBTI people and their allies coming together, discussing the organization, the company, the policies, the work they do, and how they can advocate within the company, within the business for that kind of change. Businesses becoming diverse, businesses leaning into more diversity, not just racial diversity or gender diversity, but LGBTI diversity, are able to then also benefit from the society, the diverse society we live in. We know, for instance, that the Pink Rand, not only the money the LGBTI community has to spend, but the influence they have on spending is very high. It matches up with the rest of the world, and as more and more groups seek to talk to that community, so too do they see the benefits of it. Our scope of research that we've done has not only looked at these sort of smaller niche spaces where advocacy can be very effective, like the family, like business, like the media, but it's also looked at scoping Southern Africa generally, seeing what organizations are working where and what they're working on, looking at what policies are available for LGBTI people to work with and what policies are working against them. The digital space is opening up, which has opened up a whole new spectrum of research that looks at how not only safe LGBTI people are online, but also what opportunities there are as the online space increases for advocacy and visibility.
LGBT people in West Africa continue to face violence and discrimination because of their sexual orientation and gender identity. In Nigeria, for instance, a lot of people are beaten up, they face blackmail, and they are denied their basic human rights because of the existence of the law that criminalizes LGBT people for their existence and who they are. In Ghana, there's a law that has been proposed to further criminalize LGBT people as against the law that exists that only criminalizes sexual activity of gay men. So now, a person cannot hold themselves up as LGBT or as a gay, lesbian or bisexual according to the law that has been proposed. If anyone identifies
or talks about themselves as a gay person, they could be imprisoned for up to 5 years, according to the new law that has been proposed. In French countries, people still face violence, though it is not as prominent as in British colonized countries. There are still issues of violence and discrimination against people in other countries across West Africa. It's important that organizations and businesses create a safe environment for every individual in the organization to feel safe and comfortable to produce more and give of their best. Ensuring inclusion, diversity, and equity for every individual is therefore very key, especially for LGBT people who face all forms of discrimination in the workplace because of their sexual orientation and gender identity. A gay man who comes to work in the morning, who is laughed at, teased, and looked at in certain ways, does not help such an individual to give up their best. A lesbian woman who is taken out of healthcare on certain maternity leave and other issues that affect women is not a key thing that will help them produce of their best. Everyone needs to be included. Diversity needs to be promoted and ensure that there's equity, that everybody receives what is accorded to them as individuals and as who they are within the workplace. To ensure that we all give up our best as individuals, let's ensure that there's inclusion, there is diversity, and there's equity in the workplace. Companies must create a safe space for employees to work and give off their best as individuals. It's important that we promote diversity, inclusion, and equity within our workplaces. Diversity comes in when we ensure that every individual is involved in one way or the other in decision making. The only way people can give of their best is if they feel included and they feel represented in the organizations. So therefore important that organizations put in place policies, systems, structures, and things that help people to feel important, feel involved, and feel that they are represented in the workplace. When somebody comes to the workplace and the person sees that there are intentional means for them to feel involved, then that is inclusion. Businesses can create a safe environment for LGBT individuals to come in, even if the community does not support them as LGBT people. And this would help LGBT people when they come to the workplace to feel safe and secured and give of their best. Businesses can also help by contributing to the work of LGBT advocates in their communities. Let's find out what work is being done by LGBT people and see how we can contribute through funding, through technical support, and through visibility. It's important also that we contribute to the lobbying process as businesses. What is happening in the country, businesses can also contribute to the discussion of laws, policies, by talking to parliamentarians and people they work with within their workspaces. Including LGBTI-owned businesses help to contribute to LGBTI empowerment and ensure that LGBTI people are involved in the broader economic empowerment process. This also helps to ensure that LGBTI people are able to contribute to the welfare of their families and their friends and the people who depend on them.
To look at the state of LGBTI rights in the MENA region, it's important to kind of mention the fact that 71 countries worldwide still criminalize homosexuality. Egypt, in the past, has been classified as a country that does not decriminalize being LGBTI. But then in 2001, that changed around when laws that were not necessarily explicitly mentioning LGBTI community or homosexuality in particular have been used to persecute gay men. Most recently, there was a case where younger men and women were arrested for raising rainbow flags at a music concert. One of them, Sarah Hagedzi, just very recently, not too long back, has unfortunately taken her life. If we look at local companies, I would say LGBTI inclusion is non-existent in workplaces because there's no legislation to protect LGBTI people from discrimination. The laws, make it clear that LGBTI people have no rights and are not necessarily accepted, and hence it does not provide the space for workplaces to actually do anything about it. Multinationals might be running their campaigns and running their policies and kind of trying to create their employee resource groups that bring people together to discuss LGBTI inclusion and ensure that policies and guidelines, etc., within the company do not discriminate. However, when it comes to the Middle East and North Africa, you have different types of multinationals. Some multinationals that will completely avoid, they will launch an employee resource group and just kind of position it for all countries except within Middle East and North Africa. Others that would make it available for people to access online. And I believe that businesses should at least play the role of reaching out to the LGBTI employees within their organizations, making them feel comfortable, making them feel safe, ensure that they understand that them being themselves will not impact them, neither from from a workplace, in the workplace, and that's what the company can actually control. But that necessarily doesn't happen in most cases. However, companies can even go further, especially companies that have big influence on governments and have the lobbying power to actually support and help LGBTI communities across the region get better treatment and get more breathing space. The whole rhetoric about the anti-sodomy laws or laws that are being used against the LGBTI community are it's not necessarily very alive in the Middle East, although it is a fact. A lot of those laws are vestiges of the colonial past. In my opinion, it's not necessarily the core of the discourse around the legislation being used. The question would be rather than changing laws or introducing laws because of the colonial past of the current laws, it would rather be, will they resort to looking at laws that will help them control what they call and what they think is a Western dissemination or the dissemination of Western values. The laws, I don't think will be changed because of the colonial past. If anything, it will be due to the fear or at least the expressed fear of dissemination of Western values and leading to a greater acceptance of homogeneity. The younger generation is a lot more vocal, so there's a greater need to control how the younger generation thinks, how the younger generation feels about certain issues. I would say the younger generation is a lot more unstoppable than before. So there is that pressure to do anything possible to keep that younger generation under control. Things are difficult for the LGBTI community in the Middle East and North Africa. They continue to be difficult because we do have draconian laws that actually deprive them of their basic rights. So that is a fact. Is there change? Yes. There is change not because there's a active movement within the society at large, but because of small pockets of activism that happen online or might happen from outside of the borders of the countries of the Middle East and North Africa themselves. And that change is fueled by globalization, is fueled by the amazing amount of connectedness that we have at this point of time.
So great testimonies from all six, and I thank Clementine, Farai, Samuel, Robert, and Tamer. And I would like to invite Sarah on stage because we're now going to the panel. It's all virtual, so nobody will join me here, but it is World Pride, so I hope we can get the panelists on the screen now. And that all of you are ready for some, there they are. So welcome everybody. Welcome to Copenhagen, to World Pride. And thank you so much already for your recorded messages. And we are here in a large room full of very involved folks who are dying to ask you some questions. And I see there's a microphone there. So anybody want to ask a question, raise your hand right now. Or I'll just point to some people who I know, who sit on the front row, for instance, Marijn. Anyway, just kidding. Keep going. I know there are questions online, so we go to those. Sarah, do you want to ask just the first one, or you will?
Yes, I can do
yeah,
that.
Go
I
ahead.
just want to encourage again people who are watching online that you can ask questions through Slido. But I have one here. Might be a bit of a difficult question, tricky question, but how can we improve LGBTQI plus advocacy in countries where it is criminalized to be part of the community?
I think that is, a spot-on question. And who in the panel would like to take that one, or shall I just select one of you?
I think I can go ahead, Michiel.
Tamer, go ahead. Yes, please.
Yeah, because as I was talking about the Middle East and North Africa countries, and many of those do criminalize, LGBTI presence in their countries. I think what companies can do is companies that have clout, that have connection to governments and to have big government deals and have a very strong connection, should be actually playing a role in lobbying, if not necessarily making a huge difference, but I think they can play a role in actually just kind of getting simple acceptance and trying to kind of fight new laws that are being introduced that are not necessarily LGBTI supported. So I think that's something that can be done. Maybe that's the most optimistic thing that a company can do, like the biggest thing they can do, probably one of the best things they can do. However, if that's not going to be possible, then at least what companies need to do is to provide that safe space and ensure that their policies and programs that they are running for LGBTI people across their companies do also apply to people within the boundaries of the Middle East and North Africa. Even if that engagement is going to be online and not necessarily offline, but that would at least provide some kind of sense of safety and security. But I do really hope that a lot more companies do use their economic power to actually lobby for improvement of the state of the lives of LGBTI people across the Middle East and North Africa, but also Africa at large.
Thank you, Tamer. Any of the other panelists want to jump in here?
Sure, I can add very quickly. I thought that was a really comprehensive answer. I'll add a very, very short addition. I think in addition to, earlier I spoke to the issue around shared value and sort of learning how to speak similar languages because we're trying to get to similar goals, etc. When Tamer was speaking, primarily around the issue of kind of companies lobbying and doing the lobbying work, I would also suggest stronger partnerships. So stronger partnerships between organizations that are working on social justice issues, particularly pertaining to the LGBTIQ plus community, to hold companies accountable and to build closer relations with specific companies that have an interest in diversity and that have a commitment to diversity. For example, a lot of companies are now starting to introduce sort of global or company-wide or regional human rights commitments as a company. And so getting closer to companies that have made those commitments public and creating stronger partnerships with them as civil society so that we're able to hold the companies accountable in order for them to be able to do this lobbying and kind of advocacy work that Tamer is describing as well, I think will be a key tool in really moving the needle.
Great, thank you. Let's go to the next question. Sarah.
Yes, there is a slightly more specific question here. Tax justice is fundamental to LGBTQI movements. How do you hold multinationals accountable so they don't avoid taxes that are needed to help LGBTQI plus people?
So make sure that every company pays the fair amount of tax everywhere.
Yes, it's even a liked question, so yeah.
Yeah, okay, very good. I'm looking at the panel. Who's dying?
Sure. I'll take a shot at Michaela. I hope you can hear me. I think it just really speaks broadly to the intersectional nature of our struggles in the region, and I think globally. We particularly, for example, will work with
I think we lost Benzile for a moment. I look at Sarah for the backup question.
For example.
Oh, she's back. Yeah, we lost you for a moment, sorry, because the connection is not as perfect as we had hoped. And I'm afraid we go
Hello?
to... I think we...
Are we going to the next question?
Yeah, we'll go to the next question.
Do you want to ask anyone else to? Oh, there are now lots of questions in the room.
Okay, very good. We take some questions from the room now. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question from the panel. Could you please put a little more focus on the point about education? You mentioned that it's important to educate and create awareness. But how is that possible in the small villages to reach out? Can you please put a remark on that, please? Thank you.
A question about more education and awareness. Who would like to take that one?
Robert here. Can I take that?
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Sure. I would want to say that, as has been mentioned already, partnering with the local organizations that already work within the local communities. So there are organizations in these various places who are already trying their best to ensure that people get the information and education. Now, the best thing organizations and companies can do is to find ways to support that. One could be funding the process. So people need vehicles to get to villages where most of these services around LGBT do not reach people. How can companies use their vehicles? They would not even need to buy any new vehicles, but how can they use their vehicles or resources that they already have? Some companies have representation in some of these villages already. So for instance, there's a company, a mining company that has a head office in Accra, but they have some offices in Obuasi or some other villages. How can they use those vehicles that already exist to get people into their communities to help other people? So yes, companies can help by providing technical support and then also providing funding that would help people to get to these people who may not get the education that is needed.
Great, thank you, Robert. Anybody else want to chip in here about education and awareness? If not, then I go to the next question from the audience. That is, there a gentleman holding up his hand in the blue jacket.
Thank you. So I'm a board member of the Israeli LGBTQI Association, and my organization is working now on opening emergency hotline for Arab Israeli people in order to offer social and emotional support. And my question is about one of our biggest obstacles. How do you reach out to those who are almost impossible to reach? I mean, as they are in the closet or live in a very conservative circles, I guess that you dealt with that, so that's my question.
Great question. I'm looking at the panelists. So how to reach out?
I think I'll just quickly just...
Tamar, come again. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly say something. I think that's the beauty of online spaces. Even people who are completely in the closet, who might be part of conservative families, do still connect online and do get to kind of connect to their, to part of their identity in that kind of virtual space. I think the best way to reach people at the moment that are not easy to reach is to go online. They are definitely on there. They're definitely on the apps. They're definitely trying to connect to other people like themselves in most cases.
Great, thank you. I saw there was a question over there. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rami. I'm from Beirut.
Mm-hmm.
I use the pronouns he, him, his. And I have a question. I really like all of their feedback was marvelous, but especially Shapiro, who talked about reaching out to religious institutions to kind of sort of rapprochement.
Yes.
And well, what I thought about is everybody here, especially us who comes from the Middle East in here, we have good language, we're able to kind of get by. But if someone doesn't, and one of the organizers, the activist who is backed by WorldPride and such organizations, is not held accountable in the country where we want to reach out, it could leave a bitter taste. Like if I want to go to the LGBTI representative in my country for a legitimate reason, for protection, and instead I get an indecent proposal, and there's no accountability, there's no system like say Title IX, and I know it takes a lot of money, but if I was wondering, and probably the question is more to you guys than the panelists, that if we want to strengthen and have those ambassadors of WorldPride all over the world, shouldn't we invest in the accountability process ahead? So I would know if I'm an activist, if I'm an organizer on behalf of WorldPride, then I know that I will be held accountable, that I am watched. Because if I make a pass at someone because I feel that I have the power, and that will strengthen the conservative institution that views Pride as, and WorldPride as something foreign. For instance, here in Copenhagen, I can be sitting here naked, and I would still be decent, I would still be respected, and I would still be respectful. And because there's a sense of accountability and an unsaid decency, but that doesn't come without a system of accountability. Can that, do you think, can that be addressed in a, because this is what the churches and the conservatives use. They say, oh, these are kind of loose people. These people have no morals. And it comes from somebody who is an activist who feels so powerful that he can go ahead and make an indecent proposal at someone who doesn't have the means to defend themselves.
Good. No, the question is clear, or it's maybe the point you make. I think one aspect we see in many organizations, NGOs, is transparency. They show the activities they do, they report to their members. There's also a legal way that they have to report. And I think in that sense, they do exactly the right thing. Most of the people that are involved are driven and have the passion for, I think, the cause, for LGBT workplace inclusion, for instance. So I think in that sense, we are all actually on the right track. I see there's also a question on the left for me. Yeah, go ahead. If you get the microphone, it's running towards you.
Thank you. My name is Sophie, and I use the pronouns she and her. We're from Danske Bank. Somebody mentioned this about westernization, or that fear of Western values and posing it on the whole rest of the world. And I think that's on my mind as well. So how do we, is there a risk of whiteness interfering here? Is there a risk of us as majoritized individuals and groups, and as representative from companies, doing this in the wrong way? Is there even a right way that we can take action? And what should we be aware of? I think is, maybe partnerships. I heard someone talk about partnerships. So, yeah.
Great. And it's also the final question, so we have time for a good extensive answer. So I go to the panel. Who would like to answer this one?
Can I attempt, Robert?
Yeah, go ahead, Robert. Go ahead.
Yes, so the first thing I think is important is, as we are speaking about inclusion and representation, I think that we use the right people to represent us in issues when we are addressing them. As is happening in Ghana now, as you may be aware, Parliament is trying to pass a law that is aimed at further criminalizing LGBT people. If you look at one of the main reasons why these parliamentarians are pushing the law is their perception that certain foreign missions in Ghana are pushing this agenda. So I think that it's always important that we step back and let the people who are of the issues step forward. We do the back work. Is it about research support? Is it about funding support? Is it about providing technical support, or whatever support that is needed, so that the people will represent their own issues? They will speak their truth, and they will be seen as people themselves. I think that's one of the conversations that has happened in this process of discussing the LGBT bill that has been introduced in Ghana, is now that people are seeing LGBT people who they thought didn't exist. Now they are hearing LGBT people who are Ghanaians who are saying, listen, I've never met any white man in my life. I am gay, I'm a Ghanaian, and I live in Ghana, and I've never traveled before. So you cannot use that as a means. So I think that's important that we show representation and presence as a community. Thank you.
Great, very clear. Anybody else?
Mikkel, if I could just jump in, and I apologize for the terrible connectivity issues here, but fantastic questions, and thank you very much for them. Partnerships are critical for us in our region. It is important that the community is again front and center in driving these issues, but they cannot happen in spaces that are inaccessible. This is why businesses are critical, because you have connections to boardrooms, to meetings that as activists you would otherwise not have access to. We have very deep partnerships, for example, with the religious community because of the influence of that community in our region. People are more likely to listen to their religious leaders, their pastors, their preachers, before they are likely to listen to an activist or to scientists or any other professional, in fact. So it's those sort of partnerships where you have people who are in fact allies because they have family members who are queer, they have family members who are within the church, who are part of the church as well. And we've really been able to make significant inroads working with activists within that space to actually make those inroads. We're seeing that in media as well as a strategic partnership as well that we have as the other foundation, because being able to influence the narrative, what is being written about our community is critical. Mass media continues to play a significant role. And of course now with the advent of new media as well, social media is very powerful. The work and the conversations that we are having with partners in that field do contribute to changing perceptions, changing attitudes, and hopefully ultimately lead to the greater attainment of full citizenship for our people. So without partnerships, you actually can't get this work going. But just lastly, understanding the context is key. So what we have, I think, seen in the past is people come in with the greatest of intentions, but without first assessing the lay of the land. And so through our research, through the work that we do and the partnerships we have with communities on the ground, you have a sense of, all right, in this part, I can push a little harder. In this particular country, perhaps I hold back and try other means of advocacy. It can get very haphazard if it isn't done in an approach where people are working together towards the attainment of the same goal. And the issues are intersectional. LGBTI people care about men, care about the economic well-being, care about access to healthcare, affordable universal healthcare. We're part of the greater issues in society. It's just about being able to identify the issues that particularly to LGBTI people, but also recognizing that they aren't removed from the greater struggles and the issues within the region and the rest of the continent broadly.
Thank you. At this time, we could really hear you very well. Apologies for earlier on. So loud and clear. That was the last question, but we have, I hear, time for the very last question. And I put Marijn on the spot in the beginning. So
yeah, I felt
a short, quick question, Marijn.
Very short.
And we get a short, quick answer from the panel.
How can we make sure that LGBTIQ inclusion will be on the agenda of the African Union? As part of the African Union's economic and social development. What can we do to bring it on that level and get their support?
Sure, I can
go? Okay. I've spoken already, so please.
Okay, sure. I'll keep it brief because I know we're also a bit pressed for time. But I think that's a really fantastic question, and I think it ties in really nicely with the question just before around a growing westernization or the narrative around a growing westernization. I think Sebenzile and Robert mentioned incredibly important points. One I'd like to touch on is the importance of understanding context and the importance of understanding representation and intersectionality, which I think both of them touched on really, really thoroughly. But within an African context, there are obviously, there are regional splits, and there are regions, we heard the Danish ambassador to South Africa earlier talk about how much headway has been made in Southern Africa, for example. And that's, to be honest, one of the only pockets regionally in terms of the sub-regions. When you look at North, East, West, Southern Africa is one of the only pockets where there has been kind of that much change, and it's been through a lot of advocacy and a lot of allyship and a lot of partnership, which has been mentioned a lot throughout the whole panel. And I think what's important, in addition to understanding the context that we're operating within in African countries, is understanding how to find allies with governments and pushing governments that stand for particular things. So governments like the South African government, for example, who have stood for, we have the most sort of inclusive, diverse, fantastic constitution on paper. And what are we doing in terms of our foreign policy? What is our government doing in terms of our foreign policy? So being able to identify countries that are doing right within, from a policy point of view anyway, I think the rest of it can kind of be argued. But from a policy point of view, countries that are in the correct standing and making sure that we're actually holding them accountable, both as business, but both as civil society as well, and that we are creating those partnerships, and it's all kind of part of understanding the context and understanding who to call when you need an ally for a particular thing. And then I wanted to touch on, I thought the previous answer was really, really well answered, but I think a piece of work that is growing and that's doing really well and should be doing better in sub-Saharan Africa and in the MENA region is this idea around understanding or dubbing LGBTIQ plus issues and queerness with kind of Western values and Western cultural values and norms. And there's been ample research that shows pre-colonial Africa and pre-colonial regions, within SSA especially, where there's rich research that shows queer identity, mixed gender identities, an understanding of gender in the way that, that with colonial anti-sodomy laws did not previously exist. And so being able to change the narrative by funding more research like that, increasing the visibility of that kind of research, I think is also something that's incredibly important in at least creating the awareness and the education, particularly with our policymakers and people empowered to know that it isn't a Western construct. Actually, we've been questioning gender even before colonialism. I think I'll stop.
Thank you.
Yes. Can I quickly add something very short? This is very important.
Two lines.
Two lines, yes. Support the NGOs that are working with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Let's use the system that already exists in the African Union. They are making good progress. They have established already a law, Resolution 275. I think companies should look at that law and see how we can support organizations, NGOs, that are working with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to advance LGBT advocacy within the African Union. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And a big hand of applause for the panel and the great work they're doing, and thank you for the great questions. Sarah, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, both you, Michael, and also to the panel. We will now have a 10 minutes break, and then we will move on to the plenary sessions. I will introduce those in 10 minutes so you know where to go, what to do, etc. But a 10 minutes break, and then we'll continue with the breakout sessions.
shadow that my true love casts. Dark is the light he shares. If I could only have one more night, I'd forgive him, I swear. I swear.
So now I have sound. Thank you so much. So the breakout sessions will begin now. They will take place from 15:10 to 16:25. There'll be a break at 16:25 until 16:45. I'll announce that after the breakout sessions again. But you need to know that while we have part of our breakout sessions and also while there's a break, there will also be a part of the Human Rights Conference that will have a plenary session in this very room. A plenary session on towards a global ban of conversion practices, co-organized by Outright Action International. You are, of course, more than welcome to spend your break listening to the rest of this plenary session, which will go on in here while we have our break. We're trying to be inclusive with the space that we have. So please go to your breakout sessions, same procedure as last time with the headphones, and enjoy yourselves.
such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like gathering the roof. I can feel the love. Oh flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I've been enough. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make up. Not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me. It's a clean slate. Got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. It's a clean slate. Got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I've been enough. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make up. Not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, Is there alone on your back, pushing you down? Tell me, love, spread your wings. A new day will come again. I promise it will get better. Give it some time. Free yourself. Let your troubles unwind. Sweet love of mine. Free yourself. Is it a strain on you now? Pulling you down. Tell me, my love, spread your wings.
Come here, girl. Come to the beat. Come here, girl. Come to the beat.
think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. But still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold show. Yeah. You try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Give me, Can't run away, still you try so hard.
into the deepest well. I never thought I'd be the one to tell. It's so easy and so wonderful beneath your spell. Bright is the shadow that my true love casts. Dark is the light he shares. If I could only have one more night, I'd forgive him, I swear. I swear. I swear. So come on, let's make this blue moon shine all day. Let's make this world do everything you say. It's so easy and so wonderful to feel this way, to feel this way.
such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside, and there's no need to hide. need me. I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I've been enough. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can let go, not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Is there alone down your back, pushing you down? let your troubles unwind. Sweet love of mine. Is it a strain on you now? Pulling you down. Tell me, my love, spread your wings. A new day has come again. Did my promises make it better? Healing in time. Free yourself. Let your troubles unwind.
Someone needs to give me a sign that I can start. There we go. Well, welcome everybody. Huge crowd today, as we can see. Welcome to this session by Outright Action International on conversion practices or SOGI change efforts. I have a wonderful panel with me, as you can see, but virtually, three wonderful panelists. I have Victor Madrigal-Borlos, the independent expert, as many of you know. Mr. Borlos was appointed in 2017 and has done a wonderful, wonderful job in bringing attention and to the light of the United Nations and many governments the issues that our populations are facing. I have my colleague Yvonne Wamari here with us today. She is managing Outright's program in Africa on banning conversion therapy, SOGI change efforts in Kenya, South Africa, and Nigeria. Last but not least, and I'm very, very proud and happy that I have with me today Millie Milton from Guyana, an icon of the trans movement in the Caribbean, and sadly herself a survivor of conversion practices, SOGI change efforts. So those are my panelists. Just to put it into context, SOGI change efforts, conversion therapy, as it's more widely known, is rampant in so many countries in the world still. We hear daily, on a daily basis in Outright, the most horrible stories of what's happening to people. Only 5 countries of the 200-something countries in the world have currently bans or curbing laws in place. Brazil, Ecuador, Taiwan, Malta, and most recently Germany. Other countries have partial bans, like Canada is coming through, and some other countries, but it's simply not enough. We need many, many more countries to join this, and as well to get SOGI change efforts, conversion therapy, out in the light, out of the shadows, out of the twilight, the gray zone, where many of these practices are happening at the moment. So without further ado, because you're not here to listen to me, but I will come back later, I will turn to my virtual panelists. I hope they're there and you see me watching the screen. And first I would like to ask Millie. Millie, are you there? Yes. Oh my gosh, it's so wonderful to see Victor and Yvonne. I don't see Millie, so I hope Millie is there. There's Millie.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Millie. Good to see you. Welcome, all three of you. I hope you heard the introduction. If I forgot anything in your bio, please, please, please add, because when I had your bios, I was like, I can fill 45 minutes with just reading your bios. So I tried to keep it a little bit in sync. The first question, Millie, is for you. As I said, I'm very proud and humbled that you're here to share your story as a survivor of Soggy Change efforts, conversion therapy. Could you share with us your experiences to the extent that you feel comfortable with? Because it's quite a story you have to tell.
Hi, Paul. Thank you very much for introducing me so nicely. And I don't think you forget anything about my bio. And to talk about this in conversion practices is a kind of difficult, but I must say I want people to know what went on with me, and I don't want this to happen to other persons. I have, at a very early age, when I started my secondary school, about 13, 14 years, I went to a school like 2 villages away from where I'm living, and my headmaster, that school had a church in its schoolyard. So it was like a school and a church, because most of the school had churches in those days. And my headmaster, I don't know what he noticed about me, but I know to myself, I was not like conforming to like my manlyhood or a male. But he just picked at me and sent me to the church and asked the pastor to pray for me. I'm a Hindu by religion, and I find it very strange that my headmaster, someone who I look up to, or someone who have to respect me, and I have to respect him, did something like that. To pray for me, and the pastor started to tell me that I'm sinful. If I cannot change my sinful ways, I'll be born in hell. And this go on for weeks after weeks, and it happens every Monday morning. And he wants to anoint me with oil. He takes some water from like a vessel, he throw it on me, splash it in my face, and it was so confusing because my sexuality, I was fighting to understand myself then also, and then this came on to me. I felt so guilty and ashamed. I was depressed, and we live in close communities. I was afraid that my parents would find out because, and I know if they would have found out, I don't know what they would have done. If they would have agreed with the pastor or tried to listen to what I have to say. At that age, in the Indo-Guyanese tradition and culture, we didn't have much to say. We cannot talk back to parents, or we cannot like say things that is not conforming to their culture. So that was so much for me. I felt so guilty, ashamed, and hopeless. Every Monday before the General Assembly, I tried to hide because my headmaster always sent me to the church first. And I'm afraid that the other students would know that something is going on. I was afraid also that in the assembly, he would out me and tell me, you're sinful and you're born in hell. This went on for many, many years in my school. And after some time, he also started to get some other students who he feel were not conforming to their gender, and he sent them to the church also. And every time I remember this, I feel so nauseous. I shy away from crowd. It affected my ability to go and further my study because I was afraid if I go to the university, because after my second year school, I had planned to go to the university, and it would happen there at a larger scale, and I could not take that. It was too much for me emotionally. Although it was happening to me emotionally, physically, I was so hurt, I was so depressed. Until today, it's hurting me to know at that young age, I had to go through this. And it still bothers me now. Why did nobody stop something like this? Why nobody speak up about it? That was in the 70s. And it's still going on in my country. I want this thing to stop. There's nothing we can do about it. And I only hope that this can stop with advocacy and whatever stakeholders can do, whatever government can do. This has to stop. It's too much for one person to take. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Millie. Like my heart with you, a big, big virtual hug. Thank you so much for sharing that story with us. It's one of many stories, and it's heartbreaking to hear. Thank you so much for sharing. I would like to turn to my colleague Yvonne, who's doing the work in Africa, where we see many of similar stories. Yvonne, maybe you can tell us a little bit, like we heard from Millie, how religious leaders, and in this case the priest, was on call of family doing the practices. What can you tell us about what you've seen in the program in Africa, if you please?
Thank you so much, Paul. Maybe just providing just a little bit of background to the work that we are doing. So in 2019, Outright released the first ever report on the global prevalence of conversion practices. And we found out a number of things from this particular report. But critical to the work that we are doing in Africa, it showed that as much as these practices, these harmful practices, have been well documented in the West, that the nature and extent of these practices in Africa and other regions, we didn't have any data. No study had been collected informing us about like the nature and extent and the characteristics of these harmful practices in Africa. In the same year, we actually began the implementation of the project, the End Conversion Practices project in Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. And the first thing, and the first point of call for us was to build a body of knowledge on conversion practices within these countries, because we believe that with an evidence base, then we're able to inform advocacy work at various levels, national, regional, and international level, towards a ban on these harmful practices in Africa, specifically in those countries that we were working in. So from the outright research, it really provided us with some data on the characteristics of these practices. So we found that, that mainly perpetrated by religious leaders, they're promoted as well by religious leaders and as well as family members. But going into the program and working with our partners in Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, we are doing a deeper dive into conversion practices, and we're doing this from various fronts. So from actually research, where I'll share preliminary findings from Nigeria, from dialogues with LGBTIQ community, and I'll share that with from our South African perspective, and then also from monitoring and responding to human rights violations against LGBTIQ individuals, which would give us a perspective from Kenya. We have been able to identify that these practices are indeed happening, and they are very common. They take the form of individual talk therapy from psychologists, psychiatrists, religious rituals such as exorcisms, prayer and laying of hands for healing, beatings and torture, physical deprivation, fasting, abstinence, use of medications, and forced isolations, confinement, forced marriages. So just looking at the specific countries that we are working in, so from the research that has been carried out by our partners in Nigeria, and we have found that over half of the respondents to the research, there were 2,011, over half of them had experienced conversion practice in some form or another. The primary form that was experienced was through exorcisms, and this is mainly by traditional religious leaders. The next was through physical deprivation and fasting and the use of medications, as well as beatings. This was also very prevalent. Within their research, they have been engaging they have collected data from psychologists and psychiatrists. And I just thought I'd share this and would give us some insight. They managed to engage with 24 psychologists or psychiatrists, and these are people who work in the various Nigerian universities. And from that information, from the information that they have found, is that 13% of these particular individuals believe that conversion practices are effective. Which is ridiculous. As it may be a small number, but it's still ridiculous. In South Africa, our partner has carried out dialogues with LGBTQ individuals, and it has emerged that, due to the high levels of stigma and discrimination and societal biases, that these practices are actually happening, and they're being perpetrated by cultural and religious leaders and mental health practitioners, and they're being driven by family. And these, within their context, have usually taken the form of traditional and cultural direction, where you have forced marriages or being taken to initiation schools, so that you can present that image of what society believes a proper woman or man should be. Our partner in Kenya and has used a different approach, still carrying out their research, but most of the data they have right now is been collected through monitoring and responding to survivors of or victims of social change efforts or conversion practices. And within the Kenyan context, we have found that, again, it is family driven and primarily takes the form of prayer and healing by traditional and religious leaders. And a large number is from experience forced isolation and confinement, and you're being held in a room and you're being deprived of food and water, and that you're just being preyed upon. So that's what we found in Kenya. In most of these cases, and in most of the data that has been collected from the partners, we found that these practices do not just happen once, and they happen a number of times to individuals. And it is often minors, youth, or young adults who are the most vulnerable to these practices, and they're the immediate victims of these harmful practices, which are most often they're not initiated by their parents. From the information that we have also received, the data that we have, the consensus is that these practices do not work. And if anything, they have adverse effects. And this has been either anxiety or depression, internalized homophobia, things like substance abuse, suicidal ideation, and even suicide. So I'll stop there for now.
I'll come back to you. And wow, that's quite a story. And the data that we get through this program is really, really sobering and also great to have. I'm turning to Victor. I hope I can see you on screen again. Yeah, there you are. Victor, you put out last year a wonderful global report on conversion practices. I think it can be such a powerful tool. We heard words as torture. We heard it affects mainly adolescents and children. Those are really difficult topics to touch into in an international setting. But I'm really curious to hear more about the report, what you found, and the recommendations that you make in the report. Maybe you can tell us about that.
Thank you, Paul. I trust that you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. It's wonderful to be joining this conference and to be exploring all of the possibilities of both physical and technological ways of gathering. I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the very important testimony that was shared with us at the beginning of this panel. I think that it's important to understand that persons with lived experience are so committed to ensuring, like Millie said, that this never happens again to anybody else, that they take themselves through very painful processes. And I want to commend and thank you, Millie, for your testimony in this connection. And I have a deep awareness of how personally important, but also how much of energy and history is involved in what you shared with us. So thank you very much for that. I deeply appreciate it. And please know that, of course, we are not able to be close physically, but we are all hoping that you know that we understand what an investment you're making by sharing that story with us. I also just wanted to answer quickly your question, Paul, because of course Yvonne has made a wonderful gathering of conclusions that I think are pretty much applicable across the board. As you know, the last couple of years have seen an important gathering of evidence in relation to practices of conversion. They're also more widely known as conversion therapy, and there's all sorts of good reasons not to use this terminology, but I also want to acknowledge that that is a way in which they're popularly known and combated in many contexts, so that we all can identify what we're talking about. Perhaps I can share with you 3 lines of conclusion very succinctly. The first one is there is an importance to linking these practices to a public policy and legal framework that allow the action to combat them. And I say this because it's fundamentally important in the presentation that Yvonne was making. I think it's so important to recognize that there are elements of which we are gathering more and more information, such as who are the perpetrators, who are the promoters, who are the victims, and how these identities and persons look in terms of how can we identify trends and patterns. Because of course this is fundamentally important when we are to activate the mechanisms of prosecution and accountability. So that's one aspect, but I think that it is also important that we acknowledge the legal, political, and social, and in many cases emotional complexities of this equation. As Yvonne was explaining, part of the findings of this research is that family is promoter of torture in very many cases. So how does that relate to ideas of criminal prosecution? How does that relate to ideas of the way of combating? I think that it's a very nuanced and complex environment where to place all of the intervening parties in this terribly harmful and lasting process in many cases, because I think one of the things that we can take from the harrowing but very valuable testimony is that trauma doesn't go away in one day. It goes with the victim or survivor for years and decades. And how do we acknowledge the complexities of such processes to create the processes of accountability? And again, these are processes that in some cases are legal and in some cases are public policy. The second thing that I wanted to say, Paul, as to your question is, the linking up with the legal framework is fundamentally important. I think that my report was an attempt at presenting a legal theory that recognizes that practices of conversion are inherently cruel, inhuman, and degrading. And of course, cruel, inhuman, and degrading practices are prohibited absolutely under international human rights law. And therefore, they are tools under international, regional, and domestic jurisdictions to combat them. However, it is important that we maintain certain nuance in the legal analysis. I think that there is a particular importance of understanding the thresholds between cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment or punishment and the heinous practice of torture. That is important in terms of the way that accountability is going to be forced and exercised in relation to these issues. And I believe it's a task that begins in terms of the international work within human rights defenders and advocates in relation to this issue. My third point, as you very accurately said, there's only a handful of countries, literally in this case, that actually have this prohibition in practice. But one of the conclusions that I came up with in my report is that it is very obvious to me that there's not a one-size-fits-all approach to effective measures to combating these practices. There is an importance that human rights defenders, persons with lived experiences, victims and survivors, as well as public policy makers, enter into dialogue to understand what are the appropriate measures in a particular context. And the reason for that is because it is very difficult to see one pattern only in relation to what works best. I think in some cases we have very good examples where public policy in the form of national awareness campaigns, public plans of gathering of information, and accountability through administrative means work very well, whether in other cases outright bans are the formula that is working. So my last message to you, and unfortunately I believe that it will be probably the last message that I'm able to convey because I will need to jump off to another panel within the next few minutes. I'll stay as long as I can. The last message that I'd like to send is there is a fundamental importance of ensuring not only detailed analysis of the prevalence of the practices on the ground, but very importantly, the opinion and the expertise of persons with lived experience, defenders and survivors, as to understand what will work best in a particular context. Thank you so much, Paul, and to my so distinguished panelists, my thanks for their excellent presentations.
Well, thank you, Victor. May I ask one short question before you jump off, or are you out of time?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Before you jump off, like, can you tell a little bit about the responses that you got to the report? Did the states respond like favorably, or was like, well, Victor, this is like, what a report, we can't do anything with it? Curious to know.
You're so kind to actually ask that because it allows me to bring something that I truly hope, Millie, that you will see how your work and your dedication, and Yvonne, of course, your research are contributing to tools that are bringing about real change. Actually, I have received engagement from several states. At this moment, it's over 10 states that have engaged with me to ask for particular advice in relation to their formulation of public policy and to provide commentary to draft legislation in relation to this issue. And I think that it's an issue that it's so horrendous. Once you look into it, it's one of those things where when you lift the carpet, so to speak, the virtual carpet, you realize that there is a horrifying picture of suffering and harm that comes out, so that it becomes a cause that it's politically very, not only very worthwhile, but very defendable internally. And as you know, Paul, one of the main consequences of this report for the mandate was to issue a call for global action for a world free of conversion therapy by 2030. And it's one of only 3 global calls that will be made during my mandate, the other one being an end to criminalization, and the third one, a world with full recognition of gender identity based on self-identification. In a way, all of these calls are linked amongst each other because, of course, as we know, conversion practices come from the notion that LGBT persons are somehow antisocial or that their existence is sinful, all of which are reinforced by these messages. I think that the other thing, as Yvonne was mentioning, this was part of a significant production of a body of evidence brought about to the international community and to international awareness. And I think that it's one of those issues that is very evident once it becomes visible. It was pushed to invisibility for a very long time, but now that some visibility is being created, more and more people are coming out. I can count now by easily the hundreds, the amount of people that since the issuance of the report have confided in me that they are survivors of these practices, and in very many cases of torture cases. And I think that there's no way to stop the wave of change that Millie is going to make your purpose of sharing your story very, very evident in terms of outcomes for those that come after us. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks so much, Victor, and thank you for all you do. Like, your mandate has been wonderful. We're so happy with all the work that you do, and it really are important tools for us as human rights defenders to push this work forward. So thank you for being with us today. I know you have to jump off soon, but really, to be continued. Thanks, Victor.
Thank you so much.
Building on what Victor was saying, Millie, I'm turning to you again. Okay, the report is there. States have to respond. Guyana also has to respond as part of the United Nations. But like, you expressed your hope, but I would love to hear from you what you feel could be the next steps in Guyana. Probably they will not come out of thin air, the president announcing, like, we're curbing the practices. I don't know. What would you see as the next steps in the context in a country like Guyana that could work to end these practices that you are a victim and survivor of? Can you share your thoughts on that with us, please?
Yes, Paul. Like, Guyana is a very small country, and I still know of a lot of practices, conversion practices still going on, because we have schools that is been housed by different religions, and in those schools, these practices goes on. We need for people to speak out, and we need some policy changes or draft documents that can go into action so that these practices can be stopped. Because if we continue to have these practices, we will have more suicide, more torture. We'll be depressed, and they'll go like into underground. And what needs to be done is to bring this awareness to families, stakeholders, parliamentarians, and religious bodies, because these are the places where all these things are stemmed from, and it must come out and show the harm that is being done and equate it to medically. How does the two matches? Because I have not seen any report that medically conversion practices can heal a person who does not conform to maybe male or a female. So, right, some policy here.
Great, thanks so much. Like, Yvonne, I'm turning to you as well with the same question. Even though Africa is diverse, it's huge. We're talking about 3 very different countries. Maybe you can also, in short, just share your ideas. What would be the next steps in these 3 countries that Outright is working with local organizations to ban or curb the practices?
Thank you once again, Paul. So as I already mentioned, that we are already building that body of knowledge so that we will be able to provide evidence and evidence base on the nature and extent of these harmful practices and the negative impact that they have on LGBTQ lives. This is what will ultimately inform our advocacy at various levels. But when we're going into our work, there are certain things that we have been very cognizant of and have considered. The first is the complementarity of the strategies that we implement individually, and also that joint development of strategies, so that when we are moving together, we're moving together in a unified way. And so for that to happen, we also work very closely to try and build strategic partnerships and alliances with various stakeholders. So be it traditional and religious leaders, policymakers, medical, mental health practitioners, families, partnerships with like-minded organizations, so that we can build a broad base of support and a strong movement that will move and challenge these harmful practices, as well as amplifying the voice of survivors. But before then, of course, we need to raise awareness. We need to raise awareness. We need to sensitize people on these practices and the form and characteristic that these practices take. And again, as I close, just going into the work that we are doing, there are 3 elements that we have taken and continue to take consideration of moving forward. First is terminology. The terminology that is being used is mainly global north terminology. So you talk about conversion therapy, reparative therapy. These are not things that necessarily resonate with us at the local level. So for us to curb these practices, the local activists on the ground, need to look into introducing and defining these practices in a way that resonates with the community on the ground, so that we can build a common understanding and determine if perhaps any localized term does exist. Second thing that we consider is the operating context. We work in Kenya and Nigeria. Both those countries criminalize consensual same-sex relations. So in our work in these particular countries, it's how can we incorporate the discourse on conversion practices within this very restrictive and limiting environment. So are we focusing on, say, general protections or recognition of LGBTIQ people, and how can we bring this conversion practices discourse within that broader discussion? And the last thing that we also consider is the role of survivors within this advocacy towards banning conversion practices or eliminating conversion practices. And the insights of survivors are vital in creating effective and durable strategies. Centering survivors, it's not just enable others to be. We can enable understanding by centering survivors, because they bring on board like a very nuanced discussion with regard to this particular practices and the impact that it has, but they also humanize the discussion, which is very important for us and very vital if we want to move forward. So thank you so much, Paul.
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, our time is up. Really, this could be an entire conference, but thank you so much, Millie, for sharing your story, for being with us, for your insights. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Wonderful colleague of mine. Happy to have you here and hope to see you again soon. Thank you all for being here. This was for me a first to have like a session in a big hall with only the panelists being in the Zoom meeting. My name was Paul Jensen. I am Paul Jensen from Outright Action International. We are seriously taking on the call by Victor and working with as many people as possible to come to a stop to these practices globally. It's a serious challenge for us to make it work, to make it happen, and to curb these practices so no longer LGBTIQ people will be hurt, will be subjected to these practices. More information on conversion therapy, conversion practices, social change efforts, and the work that we do as Outright, please do visit our website. There you will find also our global report on these practices. The website, www.outrightinternational.org. It was a pleasure being here with you today in this conference. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. Bye.
Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart.
Okay, welcome back from your plenary sessions, so the breakout sessions and your break. The next point here on the program is another town hall session. It's the Americas town hall session, and I am very proud to have with me the ambassador of Denmark to Chile, Jens Godfredsen, and I will also in a little while be joined by Phil Crean. He is the Caribbean program lead for Open for Business. And then with us online, we also have Marianne Letteri from Contrata Trans. We will start with a speech from Jens, and I have been told I'm allowed to call you Jens.
Yes,
His
indeed.
Excellency. And then afterwards, we will have other speakers, and we will have a Q&A afterwards. So same procedure as last time. Please do give us your questions through Slido, and also people here in Øksnehallen are welcome to ask questions here. So Jens, the floor is yours to begin with.
Okay, thank you very much. It's great to be here, and I'm very grateful to the organizers that I get this chance to talk about my experiences, obviously from the countries I cover, which are Chile, Peru, and Ecuador, but also in general as human rights, of course, and LGBTI rights are a very important part of Danish foreign policy. Actually, as it were, I just come from the Black Diamond, the Royal Library, as most of you probably have seen while here physically at least, more difficult for all those who have joined us online. But the point being is that we have our yearly ambassadors conference where we, among other things, are discussing a new Danish foreign policy strategy where obviously our urge to be sort of on the forefront on the value agenda, how will we actually implement that, especially in countries where, or in our cooperation with countries where we don't see it as given as we believe, or we tend to believe that we are very modern ourselves when it comes to human rights and inclusion. Another very interesting takeaway point, which we discussed actually yesterday, and also today among the Danish ambassadors, which is very interesting I found, was that we have, for example, when we talk workplace inclusion, we have a gender equality plan. But as a lot of people commented today when we discussed why are we sometimes lacking behind on gender equality, also that it's even slightly old-fashioned not to have a general inclusion plan. That this theme is actually, as most people here will be aware, and is the theme of the this year's conference, or these days exactly, is inclusion in a much broader term. And we actually took a decision in my own workplace that we actually had to revise this and look a bit into we good at all at looking into our own procedures for hiring, for securing that we have diversity in all its dimensions, not only gender, but also sexuality, religion, ethnicity, and so on. So I think in that sense, a lot of my colleagues also took the floor today to say we should definitely be inspired what's going on here these days. So just to say, we want to believe, of course, and I think me and hopefully most of my colleagues, we struggle for this agenda out on our postings, but what is interesting is that we definitely have a lot of things to pick up as well. My own experience from having been 3 years in Santiago in Chile, covering other countries as well, of course being in dialogue with my colleagues in Argentina, in Brazil, in Mexico, in Colombia, where we are present, is that the picture is quite mixed when it comes to LGBTI rights and all the associated laws and situations having an impact on people's possibility to work. I mean, my own experience from Chile is definitely that it's a very conservative Catholic country, that if I should start there, that the concept of inclusion or sort of the concept of recruiting people in general already suffers from sort of old inherited patterns of what kind of people you choose when you hire people for a job. But even though in the few years I've been there, for example, we had in 2019 when I arrived, huge social unrest, which seen from my perspective was about big issues, societal issues, such as inequality. But when you went around and saw about the protest, you definitely also saw that this was also sort of a generational fight, that this was definitely also many youth coming to the streets, challenging the norms that had been governing a quite conservative country. And you see now a huge demand for change, not only in terms of education, health, and this, but also, I would say, definitely from the new generation, sort of a feeling of a right to be the one you are and not being discriminated. Concretely in Chile that I know the best, there was a law passed a few years ago, an anti-discrimination law, and we have also seen just the last few weeks that the Senate has passed a bill on marriage equality, regardless of how your couple is, so to say. So you witness progress, I think, but also I would say the picture from Latin America that I experience is also that this issue is cross-cutting. It's not like purely sort of a left-right-wing agenda. Recently there were elections in Peru. You had a left-wing, at least on the economic front, left-wing president coming in, but definitely not with what you would call an inclusion agenda. So the picture is mixed. On the other hand, in Ecuador, also recently, presidential election, you had a right-wing government coming in based on also traditional values, quite Catholic, traditional conservative values, but on the election night or after the election, in the election speech, the new president actually reached out to the LGBTI community specifically. And you can say, why did he do that? But I think also, well, perhaps it's a sign that the struggle for inclusion and for anti-discrimination is here to come. But I think it also shows that regardless of what kind of government you get, left or right wing, I mean, the struggle to work for inclusion and anti-discrimination will have to be, or you have to continue the struggle always. You cannot take for given that it will, I mean, that if it's a left-wing government or a liberal government, that rights and the way we secure inclusion will come about automatically. So that's a bit the lesson learned from my first years in Latin America. On another point, I know, which is probably also widely discussed here, is like, how do we work as an embassy? We work across the board. I mean, both, of course, with the Danish political priorities in the cooperation with the countries we are in, but we also work very much with the Danish companies. And there, I would say there is There is a big demand from the Danish companies to work exactly with Denmark broadly, to work with the embassy, to work with other Danish companies to promote the agenda of inclusion, sort of to work to show that we have a modern approach in how we look at recruiting. We have a modern approach in how we look at treating employees. Of course, there's also a big debate. I mean, why do they do this? But I mean, one simple, or the very simple answer is, of course, that it is good for companies to have, and when I say image, not the image, but actually to have a plan, because a diverse company just performs better. That's one thing that we hear in general from our partners when we work out there, and secondly, of course, to actually show that you have a plan, that you have an action plan behind your words, will mean a lot to the coming generations in terms of where would they like to work. So I would say it's something we are in dialogue with our partners, with companies out there on how do we do this best. What are the exact situations in the different countries we are? What are the barriers, and what can we do together? So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jens. So you're welcome to sit down. Yep. And I would like to invite to the stage Phil Kern. Yes. And Phil is the Caribbean program lead of Open for Business, and you will have some slides that should be coming up now as well.
I will. Thank you very much. I'll wait for those slides to come up.
Yeah.
Good. Well, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for this introduction. Thank you, everyone in the audience, as well as who is joining online. Yes, my name is Phil Crehan, and I work as the principal or lead investigator of this piece of research, which I'm about to jump into. I do so with the organization called Open for Business, which also had significant support from Virgin Atlantic. So a little bit about Open for Business. It is a coalition of corporations from around the world that came together and said, we want to work more on LGBT+ issues, not only in the workplace, but also in the countries that we work. So its founder of Open for Business, John Miller, said, yes, let's do that, but let's really understand the business and economic rationale for doing so. So that is what emerges as the business case and the economic case that I will discuss in a moment. I will say that they've made this case globally, and more recently in Kenya, as well as in Eastern Europe, and shout out to my colleague George Perlov in the audience right now. And then they said, let's focus on the Caribbean, but really let's go really in depth and generate a ton of data to understand with assurance, with confidence, what is the lost economic cost of LGBT+ exclusion throughout the region. So really that's what this research focuses on. What is the lost cost of exclusion? Let's jump into the second slide, please. This is our scope of the research. It is 12 countries in total, and they're right there. So this represents the CARICOM community, the Caribbean community, which is the English-speaking Caribbean. So this doesn't have, for example, Cuba or Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic or Haiti, but this does focus on those 12 countries right there. It's a really important region to focus on for a number of issues, one of which is that in 9 of these 12 countries, same-sex intimate acts are still criminalized. So suffice to say, there is a lot of legal exclusion. There's also a lot of social exclusion that we go into in a moment. So next slide, please. Let's first focus on the economic side of things. In a moment, I'll go into the business side, but let's focus on what it means to have an economic loss. Next slide. And in order to quantify that loss, we had to focus on these following dimensions, right? And really in response to significant data gaps that exist in the region. So we focused on family, health, including COVID, employment, that was a really big one, violence, LGBT+ brain drain, and tourism. Those are 2 examples I go into later on. And of course, economic recovery. So next slide. I'll be very quick on research methods. It's one of the more technical parts. Suffice to say that we had mixed methods. On one side, we had a survey focused on the community in the region as well as the diaspora, so those who have left the region. Another quantitative part was another survey focused on tourists to the region. And then the qualitative portion, which was interviews with 21 business leaders throughout the region. If you click the next slide, please. This represents the largest LGBT plus data collection in the Caribbean. I note this point because I'm very proud of this. I'm very proud of all that our partners did throughout the region to help us generate those data. And here I give a good shout out to Unibam in Belize, ECADE in the Eastern Caribbean, UC Trans throughout the region. We utilize participatory research methods, and this is really important because having the data to speak to our livelihoods is something that we struggle with around the world, and it's really time we have more data because that's knowledge, and of course knowledge is power. So next slide, please. Let's not bury the lead and jump into what that means. With those data, we can see that the cost of LGBT plus discrimination is up to 5.7% of regional GDP. This is a huge number. This is not pennies or change. This is, if we look at it in terms of dollars, that's billions. That's up to $4.2 billion per year is lost just due to LGBT plus discrimination. So really, let's jump into what that means and expand the narrative. This is, of course, always a concern of human rights, but it's also one of economics. Next slide, please. These next two slides, I'll be very quick. Again, it's a more technical part. It just is to give you a flavor of what we looked at when we focus on the family as well as labor. There's a lot on the screen, so if we look at the LGB and the trans sample in the middle, that represents the sample in the Caribbean. To its right is the straight and cisgender sample, which we did have a lot of straight and cisgender participants that allowed us a comparison. And when we look at those three, we see that when it comes to the experience of discrimination or exclusion in the family is significantly worse for the LGBT sample in the region, right? And if we nope, perfect. So, and what we see from that is it's due to their sexual orientation, gender identity, of course, but also worse impacts. That includes being disinherited, kicked out of the house, or forced into so-called conversion therapy. Next slide, please. The same was for also in labor, which means when applying for work. I go into this in a moment, so a real quick way of looking at this is that, of course, there is a workplace penalty if you are LGBT plus in the Caribbean. The worst impact of this was an actual wage gap. So what we found was that our LGBT plus sample on average made 11% less when compared to the mainstream population. That's an important point for later on. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this just kind of shows you how we turn those micro-level data into a larger macroeconomic loss. And here I'll say that we utilized a macroeconomic model by the World Bank, led by Dr. Lee Badgett. I know this model well. I worked with her on it. So what we did was we focused on 4 dimensions: health disparities, violence, labor, and particularly that wage gap that I just discussed, and tourism. And that really provided assurance because we had so much data to say that between 2.1% and up to 5.7% of regional GDP is lost due to this exclusion. Next slide, please. So depending how I am on time, I have 2 minutes, so I will cover tourism and brain drain and then perhaps wrap it up. With our survey of likely tourists to the region, one very powerful finding was that close to 1 in 5 would not visit the region due to the perception of LGBT plus issues. This is huge because from our sample, on average, they budgeted twice the amount of a regular tourist. And that really allowed us to extrapolate that onto a larger economic finding, which allowed us to say that up to 0.93% of regional GDP is lost due to international perceptions of LGBT plus issues in the Caribbean. Next slide, please. Let's real quick cover brain drain because this is huge. It touches on a lot of issues, particularly migration. Because our sample focused on the diaspora as well as the folks and the community in the region, that allowed us a direct comparison. And what we found was the diaspora had more education, financial freedom, wealth, and of course the ability to live openly as LGBT+. that means a skills gap when we compare the two, right? So the question then becomes, are there push factors as to why you're leaving the Caribbean? And of course, what we found were significant push factors of anti-LGBT laws as well as stigma. Those are push factors not only in the short term, but they also keep them away. And what this contributes to, of course, in the region is lost human capital, productivity, and output, as well as competitiveness. So it's an economic issue. Next slide, please. So business performance, I'm almost out of time. It's an important part of this. I will say that the 21 business leaders that we interviewed, what we saw was a significant interest of them to really work on these issues. That's incredible because they were not only multinational, they were domestic corporations, they were regional corporations, and when you have such interest to work on these issues as a matter of being the right thing to do, as well as what's in the interest of your business, that's a great entry point that we should really cultivate, and we're seeing that throughout the English-speaking Caribbean right now. So I'll wrap it up there. If you jump to the last slide, please. Thank you. I will say that thank you all for this chance to present on these data. For Open for Business, this is transitioning into a second phase where they're taking the data and really convening a business voice, a business LGBT plus voice that says, how do we work on these issues? Not as an act of charity, but really because it's within the business and economic interests of the region. Thank you so much. I'll end it there.
Thank you, Phil, and please sit down. Thank you so much, and we will take questions for Phil and Jens afterwards, but first I would like for the video of Marianne Lettieri to be played, which is from Contrada Trans. Marianne will join us afterwards for the live Q&A session, but the video first, please.
Hi, my name is Maria Lettieri. I'm from Argentina and I am a trans woman. I'm a trans woman since I'm 11 years old. Now I'm 35 and now I work as a teacher in a high school and I work in 2 organizations that help trans people to access to a formal employment. And now I'm going to tell you and talk about the situation here in Argentina and Latin America, where 80% of trans people work as sex workers and 70% of them want to live and change the reality. We need to, first as a trans person, and of course, being part of 2 organizations, we need to help to make that happen. I think society for a long time and now is pushing us apart in some way or deny some access, and I think we need to change that reality. We need we have a lot of laws, but we need to help society to change, to be more comprehensive, to be to know more information. I think discrimination and in workplace, for example, not include diversity and inclusion is because we don't have the information. We don't have the reality of trans people. We don't have the tools to change the reality. And I think government and organizations need to help society to make that happen, to make that change happen. The reality here, like I said before, is not only with formal employment, it's also with education, with families. Here in Argentina particularly, at the age of 13, 14, trans people are expelled from their homes. And we need to think why that happened. Sometimes it's because you don't have the information. Sometimes it's because discrimination inside your home, inside your family. And we need to make or try to change the reality. Because what happened with a person, with a kid that at the age of 30 or 14 are looking for how to live, are trying to, I don't know, do anything to live. That person, it is not thinking about education. That person, or if you are thinking about education, what happened when you want, or when this person wants to be part or go to school, what happened? Are the schools prepared to receive us? In Argentina, believe it or not, they are not prepared. Sometimes you are expelled from the school, you are expelled from your family, and first we need to think what happened with that person. We start to think, okay, this is my reality, this is what I deserve to be a trans. Okay, but how do we change that? How do we change this reality? And if we now we are or we have the situation, or we have the possibility to belong to a place or a work or a workplace that we can change a workplace, we need to think some policies or I don't know, protocols to include diversity, inclusion. And I think that when you start to work with diversity and inclusion, you start to not only changing the workplace, you start to change realities, you start to change lives, you start to change a social situation, a social problem, a lot of things that maybe you don't think. I always say the same, which is every time that a person gave me a possibility, I pretty sure that that person didn't know what was changing on me, the impact that this possibility made on me. For example, in my personal experience, I never worked as a sex worker. But why? It's because I was lucky? No. It's because I crossed with people that gave me possibilities, that gave me the voice, that let me have the voice, let me speak. Like we say here in Argentina, is you have to work with diversity, not for diversity only. And for a long time, society was working for diversity. But no, you need to do both, for and with diversity, with us. Here in Argentina, the government didn't wake up someday and say, okay, we have a problem with trans people. No, organizations, trans people, part of the society sees, said, okay, we have an issue, we have a huge problem here with the community. Some part of the society were killing trans people for a long time, and it is still sadly happened. And we need to change that reality. We need to make workplaces and make a lot of places, not only workplaces, a lot of places, diversity with diversity and inclusion to make us feel that we belong to that place, and try to work intersectionally. We need to first understand the problem. Second, I believe we need to be conscious of the role we have in the society, and then, okay, how do I make this change? How do I collaborate? Or how can I do anything with, not for, the community? In Argentina, we have a lot of organizations that work on this situation and these problems, like Contrato Trans is one of them where I work at, and I'm gonna share with you our work, or our way to think the work to make that happen, to make a change in the society, and in the community, in the trans community. We work with in two specific ways. That one of them is work with the community, with trans people, like I said before, rebuilding the self-confidence, rebuilding the dreams, rebuilding the desires. And for the other hand, we work with companies that, like I said before too, we work with companies to give the information they need, to give them the if it is necessary, the workshops, the reality. I think I always say the same. I think give information, and reality is the best thing you can do to start to think, start to change some, I don't know, some policies or your workplace. You need to know the situation, and when you know that, and when you are conscious of this, you can start to work. And you can work like we are working in Contra the Trans with, if you're a company, with organizations. And when you have the answers, you can start to realize, okay, I need to work this, I need to I don't know, fix this or adjust this. And to do that, if you don't have the tools, or if you don't have the information or whatever, you can start to go to your government if you have laws, or to organizations. So we start to work with companies to try to change the view they have about the resume. Because, okay, what happened with a trans woman, which is, 30 years old, and she doesn't have any experience? What happened? If this happened, you need to start to think how we change the way we make this interview, the way, okay, what is there, or what is the background of these people to get, to came here and she's alive, she's 13, okay, how do you survive? You need to know, or you need to have some, tools, experience or something, maybe not in the formal employment, but you need to have something. From Contra the Trans and Mochaseri, which is the other organization, we work with companies to start to change the way we see this. We start to change our process. We start to change the way we believe diversity has to be in my company. Sometimes you are as a company or as a workplace, you are the first that create something that change the society then. So I think we need to work, like I say at the beginning, we need to work, if it is necessary, with organizations that work with trans people, because we are working to change that reality for a long time, for a long, long time. And sometimes that work ends up as a law. Here in Argentina, recently we have a quote. We got a 1% quote for trans people in the state and the private sector, and that was a fight from the organizations, and that was a fight with private sector too, that help us to make society understand that we need to be there, we need to be part of that. We are part of the society for a long time in the age of the society, but we need to be not only included in the societies, but also be part of the society. I don't want to be included as a group of trans in a group of cis people. No, I want to mix everything and have the same rights that the rest of the people. So I think we need to first think about our policies and our process inside our workplace, and then try to think, and if we need help, go to organizations or go to the government and change our process. We're always thinking we want to change to be better. And if we have clear this, I believe that we can change a lot the workplace and a lot of lives too.
Thank you very much to Marianne, and I think Marianne will join us online. Hi, good to see you. We're taking questions through Slido and also here in the hall, and Leah will be running around with the mic. But I think I'll start here with the online questions, and I'll start with one. I think it's mostly to Jens and to Phil. What are your remarks on visiting countries where being LGBTQ plus is criminalized?
It's hi everyone, how are you? I think I saw the video recently, and I think like we have to do and change in every aspect is the word change. I use a lot the word change, and I think in this case we need to think that we have to change societies, and still in the world we have a lot of societies that criminalize trans people, and I think we need to start to help those societies to change. Here in Argentina we have laws, we have in Latin America too, but we have laws, we have a lot of work with diversity and society, but trans people still be criminalized, and I think we need to work for that and to change that.
Thank you so much, Marianne.
Well, in the countries I cover, it's not criminalized as of now, but in general, obviously it's a very important consideration for the Danish foreign policy, and also countries we cooperate with. I mean, there are recent examples in Africa, not in Latin America right now, but so yes, this is a factor that's taken into consideration what kind of cooperation we have with countries. In case we also see, as I said in my speech, unfortunately we also see countries going back, right? It's unfortunately not a linear movement forwards towards equal rights and inclusion and diversity. So it is in general taken into consideration in our relationships to countries. Also, if you see a backtrack, which is definitely possible, unfortunately.
Thank you so much.
I could jump in because our second survey in this research really hit upon tourists coming to the English-speaking Caribbean, predominantly from the US, UK, and Canada. So what emerged from that? A lot of findings, a lot of fascinating patterns. Two things in particular. I said one earlier, which is that 1 in 5 would actually not visit due to their perception of LGBT plus issues and the relationship to their own personal safety when they travel. That's a significant social and economic loss for a region that 14% of its regional GDP is tied to tourism. A flip side of that is actually a very positive finding. And again, our survey was LGBT plus as well as the general population. And from that, 60% of our sample would visit a country in the Caribbean, but only after it passed a pro-LGBT plus law, right? So that's to say that when these countries pass laws in support of the LGBT plus community, that's not only a response to its human rights due diligence and necessary needs to its own citizens, but also the international world is watching, and that can translate quite positively in terms of how tourists come to your country. So this is a question of losses as well as benefits in addition to human rights mandates.
Thank you so much. Good. I have one more question here from our online viewers. And I guess this is actually mostly directed to you, Marianne. How can other members of the LGBTQIA+ community help promoting that trans rights are human rights?
I think we need to work as a group. For a long time, at least here in Argentina, different group from LGBT community, like at the beginning, maybe gay people, were fight for rights, and then lesbian people, like, and I always say that no, we don't have to work or fight separated. We need to work and fight together, because LGBT community has the same issues, have the same problem. Of course, trans community, at least here in Argentina, have more specific situations or have more specific problems. I don't know. For example, accessing to work. 80% of trans people here work as sex worker. This situation, that doesn't happen to other group of the community, but we need to fight and work together. For a long time in Pride Fest or in Pride, I saw a lot.
Oh, did we lose Marianne?
Oh.
No. Yeah. Oh, good. You're back. Sorry, we lost you for a second.
Okay. Okay. I was saying, like, for a long time here we fight separated, and I always said why, because for the society we are the same. Why we don't think the same? Now we are working together. Now I don't know, gay, lesbian people, trans people are walking together. But sometimes we have our difference, of course, because the reality is different. But I think we are start to understand that we need to work together, because if we are separated, society, like we say here in Spanish, eat us alive if we are separated, and we need to be together. Now we are doing that, but always there are some groups that, I don't know, feminism or sometimes didn't accept us here or doesn't accept us here, but we are working to change that too.
Thank you so much, Marianne. The questions are ticking in are for Marianne, so I'm sorry for that, gentleman here. But Marianne, I would like to ask you one more question here from Hector, who says, how can we as companies contribute to build strategies for trans community to not be marginalized? Do you have any recommendations?
Like I said before on the video, I truly believe that we need to work with organizations, and we need to work with trans organizations or LGBT organizations that help us to know or to have the information that we don't have. Because if you want to create new policies, or if you want to change the workplace, you need to know, you need to know the reality. If you don't know the reality, you don't know what you have to change. And of course, you have to, I believe that you have to work, like I say on the video, with diversity, because you don't have to create or change some ways or I don't know, your workplace thinking the best for you. You need to ask the diversity what we need, and to do that, I think we need to start to, I don't know if the word is correct, but to watch what happened in my workplace, what our practices are, and try to think and try to realize if it includes everyone. Because if it is, our policies are not including everyone, we need to start to change that. And don't forget that we work with people. Maybe diversity, it is not in my workplace, but the diversity, it is in the lives of the people which is working, who are working, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Marianne. I will just get a final remark from Phil and Jens, because there is a kind of more general question in the same line coming in. How do you see global companies helping the LGBTQIA+ locally in the Americas region? Any tips? And so short, quick and dirty tip from both of you to the companies who want to make a difference in the region.
Well, from talking to actually, many of the Danish companies do not necessarily have Danish employees out there, but either whether they're local or they might be Danish, I think we have, as I said in the beginning, I mean, I think the recruitment process is very important, and that's what we stress, and that's what we also try to talk about and do events about a little bit, because I mean, not only towards the LGBTQ community and so on, but also in general. I mean, you have you very often see that you recruit people from other people you know, or from within very close circles, or they need the right name or come from the right school and so on. So that general work in doing that, I hope can also help to see that to broaden up and create much more diversity in general. So it's a specific problem here, but it's also a broader problem seen from my point of view when I speak to companies out there. But as I said, I mean, I see a very great willingness to engage in this and be open about the need for change.
Thank you so much. And quick and dirty tip from you, Phil. What would that be to companies?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Open for Business writes a lot about this, so the reports are online. But what I would say is from this Caribbean research, and perhaps in the Western Hemisphere, and really globally in general, we do see more and more multinational corporations wanting to get into this space because of global policies that they have in headquarters. I would say let's make sure that it's not just lip service. Let's make sure that those policies that are enforced in headquarters make it to those country offices, and that they make it there in very creative and smart ways that reflect the culture there. But also, that conversation always tends to kick out the small and medium enterprises, so domestic corporations, regional corporations, which is a lot of who we talk to in this Caribbean research. And from them, we see much more of an interest to work on these issues when it comes to, of course, talent acquisition, innovation that they bring in the workplace. And let's allow that narrative to build, right? And as civil society, I say this, let's work with them to give them the cover or the justification so that when they do this, there might be a backlash. Let's learn how to navigate that backlash, or maybe it's just the fear of backlash. So let's continue to work with them to show why this is within their financial interests, why it's within the social and cultural interests, and see that it's on the right side of history. For the corporations, particularly domestic, regional, but also the multinationals, be very open to the tools that civil society has created, whether it's research by local LGBT groups or whether it's workplace equality indices that exist around the world. Be really open to working with them to understand what it is to better hire LGBT+ people, particularly trans people who really suffer with labor market discrimination, and how that translates into the workplace. I'm noting that there was such a discussion earlier on developing those indicators. This is not quick and dirty.
No, it's not. I'm trying to kind of impose on you here, yeah. Thank you so much, all three of you, for taking part in the session, and yeah, an applause to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, our next point today, yes, is the Minister of Employment and Equal Opportunities of Denmark, Peter Hummelgaard. And welcome to the stage. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It is truly a great honor to be able to have one of the closing remarks at this event here today. EU, are you one of them? That was the reaction when Mette told a female colleague that she was a lesbian. And this is not acceptable. No one should feel excluded or stigmatized because of who they are or who they love. Discrimination can never be excused in any company, in any country, in any region of the world. Even so, 1 in 4 LGBTI persons in the European Union hide their sexual orientation and gender identity at work. And we need to change this. And I'm thankful that Copenhagen 2021 and WorkPlace Pride has organized this conference today. We need to strengthen our efforts and create inclusive and respectful workplace cultures. And we need to share best practices in order to move forward and change the status quo. Denmark is, and we're also proud of this, often perceived a pioneer regarding LGBT rights. And it's true, we have come a long way, but it's also equally important to remind ourselves that the journey hasn't finished yet. Within the last year, 31% of Danish LGBTI persons have experienced discrimination at work. They didn't fit into the traditional norms for sexuality or gender. And this government is determined to change this situation. Last year, we proposed 10 legislative initiatives that will make a concrete difference in the lives of LGBTI persons. And soon, I will present and propose a new bill that will make it absolutely clear that discrimination and harassment against transgender and intersex persons is forbidden. Before, only sexual orientation was covered. The law must protect everyone. Legislation, however, should not only protect, it must also promote equal opportunities. Today, rainbow families have only limited opportunities to share the parental leave and the time with a newborn baby. The government in Denmark wants to change this. We have the ambition that legal partners should be able to share their parental leave with non-legal parents in a rainbow family. This means that up to 4 parents can share the parental leave between them. But legislation cannot stand alone. The workplace culture plays a crucial role. A modern workplace culture can ensure a framework where everyone is included and promote a safe and productive environment. And promoting inclusion is not only the right thing to do, it is also the smart thing to do. Inclusion pays off in businesses and workplaces. However, occasional speeches, fancy workshops, words on paper and half-forgotten CSR policies and branding strategies won't do it. We must move from words to action. The good intention must move out of the management and human resource offices down to the floor and out to all employees. The value of diversity needs to be part of the everyday culture of the workplace. And numbers speak louder than words. And it's clear that we still have much to do before achieving full equality and coherence in our societies. However, not all is bleak, thankfully. 2 weeks ago, I read an interview with Viggo in a local Danish newspaper from a small town in Jutland. Viggo told how he had been married for 23 years when his wife sadly died in 2007. But her death wasn't the death of love for Viggo. After some time, Viggo met Peter. Love flourished and they became engaged. At the same time, Viggo decided to come out at work. Viggo was nervous, and he was actually a nervous wreck when he told his boss and colleagues. But as it turns out, there was nothing to be nervous about. No one treated Viggo any different. To them, he was the same as always. And Viggo's message in that article was, Don't hide who you are at work. Tell your boss and tell your colleagues. And that's why I'll end my speech by calling upon all of you to keep on talking about inclusion at work. Continue to focus on the challenges that LGBTI persons face at work. Do it for yourself, do it for all the Vigos and all the Medes around the world, and do it for everyone else. And I'm certain we will reach true equality in the end. And as Winston Churchill said, I am an optimist. It does not seem too much use being anything else. Thank you so much, and have a continuous, lovely and good Copenhagen 2021. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. And for our closing session, we are having what we call a fireside chat. So I think the point is to imagine a kind of imaginary fireplace and a kind of cozy chat. And I will, first of all, invite David Pollard again to the stage. David, who is Director of WorkPlace Pride, and David will introduce the panelists, and as always, I will be taking questions online, so please continue to take part online and write down your questions to the panelists. Over to you, David.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. It's actually as warm as a fire in here, isn't it? So we're going to try to keep this lively. The only thing that's standing between you and a drink is our panel, right? So we'll make it as lively as possible. I'd like to ask the panelists to please join me on stage, please. Both of you, go ahead. So let's give a round of applause to our panelists. We have Ananda Pucha and Alexander Stutzman. And if everything is working correctly, we also should have Tina Kulov from Facebook online. Tina, are you there? Yeah? Not yet. I'll tell you what, we're going to go ahead and get started, and when Tina's online, we'll see her. So Ananda, I'm going to start with you. You have a really fascinating story. This is a little bit what we had spoken about before, and we've only got 30 minutes. So tell me a little bit what you're doing in Brazil and some of the work, and keep it from the perspective of what we've seen today. Of course, we've had 3 different town hall meetings, regional meetings from Asia Pacific, from Africa, Middle East, and from Latin America. And I think particularly for the last one, it's very poignant for me, at least, to hear Marianne speak. So tell me what the priorities are, and also what you've seen and heard today, because we want to be looking towards the future. You are representing the civil society organizations, and we have private sector, and we have public sector as well. So go ahead, please.
So I'm really happy to be here and be able to reverberate the voices from Brazil. We are currently working with Ella Global Community. We opened the chapter in Brazil in February, and we are working into the inclusion and empowerment of queer women and non-binary people. Which is really tricky in Brazil because although we have a lot of movements going on, the visibility on our community is not quite good yet. And if you go to workplace scenario and inclusion, it's totally less so. So we need to improve our careers, and due to COVID, actually we got a really high rate of unemployment, and most of them are from queer women and non-binary people of color. So we want to empower them, we want to help them get jobs, get trained and get properly educated as well, but also educate companies to their availability and the innovation they can give into the workplace scenario. So it works both ways, and that's something that we are doing now in Brazil with a program called Ella Pro. So.
Actually, thanks very much. I forgot to mention that you are the country director, Brazil for Ella Global Community. Thanks so much, Ananda. So Alexander, I'm going to let you tell your own title because it's so long, I don't even know exactly. So it fits around the side of the paper. So
Yeah.
go ahead, please.
Thank you, David. Good evening, everyone. I guess that's made to confuse people because when you have long titles, you can actually do whatever you want, which is actually great. No, I'm a civil servant of the European Union, currently seconded to the United Nations to the Office of the President of the General Assembly in New York. I've been a civil servant in public international organizations for the last 20 years, out of which I was a manager for half of that. And although I haven't been dealing with LGBTIQ issues as a main topic or as a main subject throughout those years, it's always been somehow an underlying feature of what I've been doing. I've been dealing with human rights quite extensively in the European Union, European rights towards, third countries, so not internally human rights, but all of that's also linked. And I've been doing the same at the UN General Assembly and also dealing with wider issues where maybe LGBTIQ are not immediately there. However, I guess the interesting point of view is to see it from both sides, from the side of the dealing with the file as such in order to promote and defend LGBTI rights, because LGBTI rights are human rights and human rights are universal. We tend to forget that. I guess that just puts a little bit into brackets those who try to put some cultural relativism into all this, which in a multilateral organization does matter. But also, seen from the point of view of a manager, how do you in a public institution try to promote internally the well-being at work for people who are not necessarily comfortable in their environment with their sexual identity.
All right. Do you see actual specific challenges in the public sector that you would not necessarily see in civil society or the private sector when it comes to the decision-making process, particularly in a multilateral organization?
For having worked a lot with civil society and being in a political organization, the European Parliament, it's very open to civil society. I wish the United Nations were more open to civil society.
Right.
There's always a fear of civil society because civil society comes out with ideas for change, with pressure, with advocacy, and either you resist it or you decide to embrace it. And I think the enrichment comes when you embrace it. And this is what, luckily, organizations like the European Union have understood. So I guess in that sense, a public administration like the one of the European Union, and we saw it yesterday with Commissioner Dalli here in this, in this same venue, is that we take the good things as an administration from what comes from civil society and try also to implement it there. The model coming from the private sector is maybe less obvious, although, and you were asking what do we get, what do we take back from here today, it was extremely inspiring to hear some of the corporate leaders and representatives here this morning explaining how they managed to get their organization change internally. Public administrations are big ships, usually, and they take a long time to turn. But once they turn, they slowly turn. And if there's one thing this is good in public administration is that they're very much linked to the legal framework they're in. So if the legal environment and the society environment that is around changes, there's also good hope for those institutions to change. And this is a change I've observed over 20 years in the European Union, which is yet to be observed maybe in the United Nations to the same extent.
Okay, so maybe that's next. Maybe that's coming. And Tina, do you recognize some of the things he said, from a civil society standpoint, on dealing with public sector organizations as well? Not Tina, I'm sorry, Ananda. I'm waiting for Tina. I don't think she's here. Ananda Minji.
Yeah, actually, we are improving our representation there, and we are improving our work on visibility, on getting ideas out, and we are experiencing in Brazil especially a change on leadership within the civil society, and also a really great movement of exchanging experience with more older leaders, with the new generation, and it obviously is going to look towards our relation with corporations and with public service as well, and often brings us a new possibility to partnership, a new possibility of seeing how civil society develops in Brazil, for example. So, and obviously, a new possibility of the future of work, which we talked about here today. So I think Gen Z especially, and millennials as well as my generation, like ascending to management positions and directorship positions, we are mostly able to, you know, change the course of how workplaces are seen and developed, both in private sector and public. So hopefully we'll have something there.
Yeah, we heard a lot of really encouraging messages this morning, as Alexander was saying, from Mærsk and some of the other organizations. I'm going to really put a tough question to you. Do you think it's genuine? Do you recognize that from a civil society perspective?
Yeah, we need to be really strategic on this point of view, because, you know, for example, in Brazil, we had a bill that wanted to be passed that could prohibit LGBTQ people to be in advertisement, and the companies at all,
same-sex couples,
same-sex couples, transgender people,
really,
everybody. So this within the São Paulo state, right? And then you had this massive corporate movement that rose up and told everybody in the Congress that, like, okay, stop, we are done with that discrimination. Our employees are mostly LGBTQ, our community is mostly LGBTQ as well, so it's a really huge part of our economic impact and efforts. So they went there and in a corporate advocacy way stopped the bill to be approved. I think we need to consider really strategically the partnership with corporations, so we can, you know, improve rights and tell, obviously, the public movement and society that we need to move forward in order to be equal, you know.
Exactly, and this is actually where I want to take this conversation. I'm going to try once more to see if Tina from Facebook is with us. Tina? I don't think she is. Oh well, Tina, we missed you. But this is really where I want to go with this now, because this is the end of the conference, everyone's a bit tired, and it's hot in here. But I really would like the two of you, and the people online later, if you have questions, to send in your questions. What do you think the future of this cooperation is? What do you think the future of LGBTIQ+ inclusion at work is? And I'm talking 5, 10, 15 years down the line. And first of all, to Alexander, when you think about how the UN or the EU, with the situations we've seen with Hungary and Poland, the really challenging things that are happening around the world, what would you like to see, and what message would you like to give to the audience today?
Well, I mean, David, as I said, I've seen the evolution over the 20 years I've spent in one of those two multilateral institutions, and probably the situation of today, even if we take into consideration the backlash that we have locally in some EU member states, and that's on the policy front. We are talking here at work as well, within the organization. I think that hasn't changed. That has been a constant evolution towards the better. I mean, I'm currently a very happy diplomat posted in New York, and I basically followed my husband, who was posted there, and I have to say that both his organization and my organization, both EU organizations, have made it easy for both of us to be able to do this.
Right.
So I don't think this would have happened 20 years ago. So this is really new, and I mean, I'm very grateful for that, but I hope this could also be in other regions, in other areas, in other institutions. The picture in the UN, as I said, is a little bit grimmer for the time being, although, I mean, we're all supposed to be bound by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But when I see that some colleagues still fear about, not about their lives, not about their well-being as such, but about their promotions, about their careers, by the fact of being gay, maybe the boss is not going to like it and they're going to be penalized. This should not happen in a system that is rooted in those international conventions and texts that we're talking about. And it's still happening, not necessarily de jure, but de facto. And that's unacceptable. However, I mean, the light isn't that grim. When you look on Monday, we had a full day of this human rights conference starting at the UN City with a certain number of high-level UN representatives being there and expressing a very strong commitment to advancing and promoting LGBTI rights as equal rights for everyone. So I take it from there that this is a good sign and that this is moving over. But I guess it's this kind of conferences, the fact that we spend today between different sectors,
Yes.
this cross-fertilization that exists between us, that's the way forward. It's just a beginning, but I mean, I have the feeling it can move and can change quite quickly, although change is always, unfortunately, very slow.
It's always so important, is it, to bring these three sectors
Absolutely.
together, civil society, public sector, and the private sector, to really make sure that we can make progress on this topic. Now, I'm looking at Sarah. I think we might have a couple of time for a couple of questions.
Yeah, we're actually getting quite a few coming in.
Okay.
And thank you for putting me on the spot now, because there's a question that follows quite nicely
Good.
what Alexander said. Events like this are very important to make voices from other countries heard. How can we go further than WorldPride?
Well, that's a very good question. Let's first of all go to civil society. Ananda, how can we go further than WorldPride?
Yeah, I think we can go further by, acknowledging that those organizations exist and then empowering them. So helping them achieve a broader picture, and a lot of people, for example, we at Ella, we just launched last week an app to connect queer women and non-binary people. So if you go to Apple Store or Google Play, you can download the app. It's basically a social media where people can, connect, and a safe haven for all queer women and non-binary people in the world. So just like put your word out and, actually talk about us and help us to achieve the goals that we are meant to achieve. Our missions are our perspective. So, try to get together with us.
Yeah, this is empowering, isn't it? I mean, us all coming together like this, these different sectors, and having people with the 3 town halls with some bad stories, but also some very, very positive and inspiring stories. So it's something very positive. Do you have another question?
Can I
just
add
ahead,
something on
Alexander,
this, David,
please.
if I may? I think the key here is consistency and continuity. If I may dare a political analogy here, it's a bit like elections. I mean, you wouldn't campaign, which would be this week. Then we're having the march on Saturday, which is election day. And then what do? We wait for Sydney 2023 and we do nothing in between? No. I think we're all coming back from a week of, again, very rich and of discussions and debates, and with takeaways that need to materialize, that we need to transform into concrete actions and to follow up on those. And I think this is what all of us have to do, whether we come from civil society, the corporate world, public organizations. It doesn't stop. The fight goes on next week in our daily work. And these are these punctual rendezvous where we actually can take stock and see, again, enrich ourselves mutually and see how much we can move further again to the next step.
I've been doing this work for 15 years, and the number of organizations around the world that are involved in LGBTIQ+ workplace inclusion has blossomed, and it's fantastic to hear. Other questions?
Yes, and this is a question which we have touched upon kind of all through the day, but maybe not as explicitly as posed here. How can we improve intersectionality in companies?
Intersectionality.
Yes.
Well, I wish we'd had Tina on board right now from Facebook to talk about this. Maybe I could just say, there she is. Tina.
Amazing.
We see you. Just in time. I'm glad you were able to join us. Sorry for any technical difficulties. So this is Tina Kolov. Tina, could you briefly introduce yourself, and then we're going to throw a question right at you.
Yes, I think I just joined. I hope you can hear me all right.
We can indeed.
Okay, all right. Hello to everybody, and I'm really sorry I couldn't join you on stage. Lovely to see and meet you. My name is Tina. I'm working with Facebook in the corporate comms team. I'm a proud member of the LGBTQ+ group, the Pride Ad group, and I'm working on the DNI. DNI teams basically across EMEA, and I'm based in Hamburg. What's the question?
The question is basically about intersectionality. Tina, just to bring you up to speed a little bit, we've been talking with civil society, with public sector, and now private sector. Even though we've heard a lot of stories today, we want to know how intersectionality is playing a role in LGBTI inclusion. Is that correct?
Yeah, the question was how can we improve intersectionality and the focus on intersectionality in companies?
Yeah. I think this is an incredibly important topic, which got really traction, at least for us internally at our, in our workforce in the past, I would say 2 years. I think for myself, I can say for managers and across the board, we have trainings where we actually are training to spot intersectionalities and to be sensitive to that. So realizing that not one person is in one bucket at one time, but that it's that a person like me has privilege that I'm probably not aware of, and how to be sensitive and sensible around this, in the daily work. This is something that we focused on in the past 2 years, especially with trainings, which are very enlightening, I have to say. And it was also very humbling moments because when you realize that, and I think my colleague said it earlier, of course it is a different situation for me being a white woman, I'm not telling my age, a white woman based in Hamburg with, kind of a fairly alright background than if you have been brought up maybe in another region of the world with, different backgrounds from schools, etc. And to be really sensitive to this was key, what we currently do. Training and then actually also reiterating this after a while and really making this a part of how we do this in meetings, in events, etc. It is a focus. We're not done yet, but I think it is perfectly spot on to look at it.
Excellent, Tina. Thank you very much. I'm going to let you catch your breath for one moment because we're just about to close off here. And so I'm going to do a last round. I think we're at time actually to end. So I'm going to do a last round. Alexander, what would be your word of advice to this group here, to the group online, and to our entire community worldwide about how we should progress with LGBTI workplace inclusion? You said some already, but really from an emotional, passionate side, what is it you want to see?
I think what comes out of this is, again, intersectionality, cross-fertilizing, is what we bring to each other in our diversity from the different sectors or from different regional groups that we come from in the world. And maybe the message would be sometimes some of us, and here I'm talking for my own chapel, we're not very good at reaching out to others. So don't give up on us. If you see we don't reach out enough, continue reaching out to us.
Excellent, excellent. Ananda.
Well, with the intersectionality point, I think this is a really key word for future generations. And I think companies and the public sector as well, but also civil society has too much to learn with this word. We need to take into consideration not only age, but race and ethnicity and, economic background, and also where those people study, where those people are coming from. Especially in Brazil, we have a huge gap of education for people of color, for example, especially women, because they are, often underrepresented, often don't have the same opportunities. So what I wanted to say is, let us give more opportunity for our community. Also in civil society, creating those spaces, but also in the private sector, let us recruit people with a diverse background, with a diverse, scholarship position, or, making programs that can be accessible to transgender people, making programs that can be acceptable for people in the outskirts. So that's the way that we can, move economically and give more power to our community.
That sounds to me like a great call to action. So Tina, you get to represent the entire worldwide private sector right now. What advice would you give to all of us for the coming years?
I think on the what companies can do, and I think Alexandra has mentioned it and also Ananda, I think we need to reach out and work more closely cross sectors out of the tech bubble into other sections, working with civil societies, NGOs, with politics, with organizations like the one Ananda is representing, to make sure that the coming workforce and the young workforce now is finding a truly diverse and inclusive workspace where we all can be what we are. And I think currently we have a saying at Facebook, we are 1% finished. And I think we would strive to be better in a couple of years in across the board, and especially for those regions and for those countries where people are still, especially LGBTQ+, struggle to come out, struggle to be their authentic selves. And I think we can do better, and together could be stronger. And I'm more than willing to pick up the thread, at least with that panel and you, to start working on this tomorrow.
That sounds like an excellent way to end this panel, stronger together. So thank you, Tina. Thank you, Ananda, Alexandra, and of course to Sarah as well. Thank you all very much. Let's give the panelists all applause, please. There you go. Really?
I don't have any sound. Now I do. So thank you very much. This is the end, or this is the start. I want to end by thanking everyone, both our online participants, our physical participants, but particularly the people who have worked so very hard to make this happen. I mentioned both Milena and Aaron and also Peter this morning. I want to just make a huge thank you to them, because otherwise it would not have happened. And Milena, I know you need some sleep soon, that's for sure. And the entire team. So thank you so much. I just want to end on a personal note. So this day has been both at points a little sad and depressing, at points extremely invigorating and empowering and encouraging. And what this day has showed me, at least, is that, particularly after 1.5 years of COVID, is that we're a community. And I'm very, very proud to be here today. So thank you so much, everyone, and let's have a drink.